and good morning. It is an incredible morning here in Bengaluru. I welcome all of you to the 17th edition of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. I'm Ridhima Pathak, and let me tell you, since its inception in 2008, we're here in 2025. This event has come a long way, and it has been quite the distance that we've traveled, not just to the sport of distance running, but also the kind of enthusiasm, the participation the country has shown towards this sport. So, ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be another day that we script history in this particular sport. So, Bengaluru, what are we waiting for? Let's get running. Let me show you what we've got for you this morning. The lineup of events of the 2025 TCS World 10K. Right on top at 5:30 a.m., you'll have the World 10K Women. At 6:08 a.m., you'll have the World 10K Men. Open 10K and Police Cup at 6:10 a.m. The Champions with Disability at 8 a.m. Senior Citizens Run at 8 a.m. and the Maja Run, and this is the 5-kilometer run at 8:30 a.m. This is a lineup of events that we've got for you at the TCS World 10K Bengaluru 2025. Now it's distance running. What we need is participation, not just, of course, on the road, but also here in the studio. And let me tell you, I'm going to have an elite athlete join me very soon here in the studio. But this man has taken Bangalore's most beloved mode of transport to reach me here. Is because he wants to avoid traffic for some reason at 5 a.m. in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kuan Walker.
Well, would you look at this? It's 4 a.m. in the morning, and we are here with the extra special that Nama Metro is running just for the athletes of the 2025 TCS Bangalore World 10 kilometer. I'm here at the station, really excited to get to the start line early this morning, and I've got here for the first train. Well, we are on the Nama Metro on the way through to the start line, and I have a very excited athlete here with me this morning. You'll be taking part in the TCS Bangalore World 10 kilometer. What's your name?
My name is Preksha. I have been taking part in the marathon.
Great initiative from Nama Metro, getting the athletes onto the start line very early this morning. It's a special service rolling out the red carpet treatment, and I'm here with some of the excited athletes who will be taking part this morning. Your name, sir?
Rahul Sharma.
And you, sir?
Mohit.
And is this your first time taking part in the TCS World 10 kilometer Bengaluru?
This is my third time. Third time. Yeah.
And yourself, sir?
Yeah, this is my first.
But I would request all of them, if they are watching this, that they should take metro.
I'm going to count to 3. On 3, we're all going to shout, "Let's do this at Bengaluru." 1, 2, 3.
Let's do this, Bengaluru!
Well, Kuan Walker definitely is rather excited, is because he's reached there rather early at 4.
So to speak, in Bengaluru, there's over 95 run clubs here, so that just speaks volumes.
Record holders of this event from 2022. You had a Nicholas Kimeli who had a 27-minute 38-second in 2022. He is the record holder right now. And from women, you've got Aileen Chaptai, who has a record of 30 minutes 35 seconds. Kuan, what do you make of that time?
Really good times, you know. In Bengaluru, the conditions are quite warm. There's a lot of humidity here, but I think with the field that we have today, we are likely to see new event records set. It's going to be really, really exciting in this year's event.
Right, just to put into perspective, this is some of the fastest 10K times in 2025. And could you just take me through about the achievement here of 26 minutes by Yamif and, of course, so on?
Yeah, Yamif Kajalcha leading the pack there with the fastest time this year, 26:31. The fact that we have, actually, it goes up to number 5 there with Gemetru Dariba, 26:54. But we've got quite a lot of athletes who this year have run under 27 minutes. One of them who's just missed that was Vincent Langat, who will be in action today. But as we see there, Medina Asa leading the pack there with 29:25. Yesterday, we witnessed Agnes Jabet in Getich run a new women's only world record of 29 minutes 27 seconds. She also holds the women's mixed world record. But the fact that we have 5 women already running under 30 minutes, and we're only in April in 2025. I think we're going to see some exciting action in today's race, and yeah, running is alive.
And what I see from those timings there, of course, The event record here by Irene Chepta has already been shattered, and this is going to be rather interesting to see how the elite international women perform here in Bengaluru. But just talking about the prestige of the event, how it's gone up, our international event ambassador is Dalila Muhammad. Now, from the streets of New York to an Olympic podium finish, well, the lady has, of course, crossed every single hurdle that's come her life. Also on track and also off it. Just talking about the accolades that she has. Golds in Olympic silver, 2-time world championship golds, 2-time world youth championship golds, former world record holder. Rather excited to have her here in the studio, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that also speaks volumes to this event. Previous, event ambassadors like Carl Lewis, we saw him talking about the revolution of running in India. But yeah, with Dalila here, she's got this aura around her. Wherever she went, people were stopping to ask for selfies. She actually brought one of those world championship
stories that we'll get to you throughout our broadcast. And here's some inspiring stories that we've got for you. This is a special edition called the Mentor series by the IDFC Bank. And why this series is different is because these gentlemen that you see, the IDFC First Bank Mentor series, these gentlemen not only took on to the sport of running, but they made sure that they transform others who came their way. So they went ahead to begin mentoring and coaching, and you've got Sushil Bhasin there, and also the three gentlemen who took everyone under their wings, transformed them, and of course everything else that required running to be taken professionally is what they went ahead and coached people who came under their wings. Now, just the importance, of course, of a running coach, especially when you're an amateur.
Yeah, these mentors, I actually met one of them yesterday, and he's probably going for quite a fast time, I would say. He would like to break 40 minutes, but yeah, the importance of having a mentor, a coach, you need someone to guide you along. Remember, these guys themselves were novices back in the day, so it's amazing how they've, through running, been able to change their lives, and now they're giving back by helping others. Running is an all-inclusive sport. You get all walks, shapes, and forms of life coming together, and yeah, having a mentor and coach definitely helps.
That is the beauty of participatory sport. Inclusivity is what you spoke about, Kieran. And of course, we'll touch upon it, but very quickly, let me remind you, speaking about inclusivity, this is a rather interesting event, a couple of changes that have happened since 2024 to 2025. As the pacers that will lead the Open 10K is an all-women squad. Let me show you three of the pacers that stand out for us, that we'll be keeping our eyes out on. And you have, of course, Charlotte Duteja, you have Divya Madia, and you also have Dr. Netra Shirur. Now, these are the three women that we'll be looking at, along with, of course, the 13 pacers. A total of 13 pacers will be leading the Open 10K, both for men and women. But these three stories really stand out for us, especially Charlotte Duteja, who will be, of course, featuring as a pacer for the first time here in Bengaluru. But very quickly, Kyun, just for everybody who's new and as a viewer watching us right now, the role of a pacer, especially for elite athletes.
So we'll have in the elite men's race today, we'll see a pacer in the form of Dolphin. He's going to be setting out a pace for the guys to hopefully get that new event record. But for the viewers at home, we're going to be talking a lot about running in buses today. They're not actually getting into a bus, but that will be one of the pacing groups. They will run with a flag behind them that will have their time written on the flag. And for them, it's just to guide the athletes to pace themselves properly. It is really the best place to be during the race, because those groups really get a lot of runners together. And yeah, their job is just to basically guide everyone, make sure that everyone gets around the course in a good pacing strategy, because if you go too fast in the beginning, you are going to pay for it later. So yeah, great to have pacers, and they bring the fun.
Indeed, and that's the bus that, of course, Kieran was talking about, that was written right below the three pacers that we just showed you. We'll get you more of that. But let me tell you, this is not just a racing event. It is a celebration. It is a festival here in Bengaluru. There are a lot of cheer squads who are going to be around. The course cheering, of course, the participation from the elite athletes as well as the amateurs. And also, Kieran's got some fun stuff planned for the athletes as well. Are you going to give us a bit of a glimpse into what you're going to make them do? something that you've already done in South Africa or something different that we're looking at today?
I think it's going to be something very different, something that hasn't been done before. I'm not going to give away too many secrets right now, but let's just say that for some of the athletes today, their finish line won't be ending at the finish.
All right, well, looking forward to that. Now, very quickly, let us meet the elites. So the elite athletes who are participating in women as well as men. Here's a quick glimpse of that. Welcome, all yours.
Yeah, so we led by Cynthia Chipengeno. She's got that personal best time of 30 minutes and 8 seconds, a really world-class time. She's relatively new on the scene. Rahel Daniel from Eritrea, she ran that 30:12 at the 2022 World Championships in Eugene, Oregon. So she's going to be really dangerous on the road. From Ethiopia, we've got Asma Rech Andli, 30 minutes and 23 seconds. And then the Ugandan athlete, that is Sarah Chelangat, and her 30:24. All of these women under the course record, we've got 8, in fact, that are faster than the event record today. Again, another Kenyan athlete there, that is Mongare. She is really, really quick with Gladys Mongare there, 30:24. She's got another fellow countrywoman, that is Maureen Jemutai. She's run 30:28. Then we have Chepkoech, also a relative newcomer to the scene, 30 minutes and 29 seconds. And then the always smiling Melvin Jepkemboy, she bases herself in E10 in Kenya, 30 minutes and 34 seconds, her best time.
Right, this is the international elite women. Now, very quickly also, let's take a look at the Indian elite women who will be participating. You see the defending champion there, Sanjeevani Jadhav. She is back in 2025, followed by Lily Das. Poonam Sanune, you've got a Fulan Pal, Ravina Gaikwad and Bharti Nair. This is the Indian elite women list, and it is going to be rather competitive, and here they are. Well, we're getting you the live shots in less than a minute here for the race to start. You've got the women athletes all geared up. Who are you looking forward to, Kyun?
I think definitely Cynthia Chipengeno. She's going to be definitely one to watch. She will be in that red strip there. As you can see, some of her fellow countrywomen, and they are under starters' orders. But I'm also interested to see how the Indian women do. You know, as the years have gone by in the TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru, they've always slowly but surely closed the gap on the East African athletes. I think there is still a bit of a way to go until they're right up in front. But yeah, the dominance of the East African athletes will be on display again today.
Yet again, yes, and 8 of those international, and the race kicks off here. Now, 8 of the international elite athletes there in the women's, of course, have already shattered the event record that was set by Irene Cheptai. Now, is this the fastest elite field that you're seeing here in Bengaluru?
I think, you know, in terms of the ladies' race, we've got the who's who of distance running here. It is a really, really world-class field, and although they have gone out a little bit slow, so to speak, right now. Remember, they don't have any pacemakers in the women's race. So I think with the women, it's going to be a bit of a tactical affair. Last year, when we saw the TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru, they went out really hard, 2 of the athletes, and they really set the pace, but they suffered a little bit in the second half of the race, finishing just under 31 minutes. But they're straight to the front. We have the East Africans, as we mentioned, looking at a total dominance. But yeah, they are underway, and I think for them it will be more important to leave Bengaluru as a champion rather than an event record holder.
If it comes to heads up in the end, of course, there is a long course that we're looking at. It's a 10-kilometer run. They've only just gotten started 5:30 a.m. It has kicked off. And we will, of course, show you the course map in some time. And it starts with a downhill. And remember, the course has changed a bit since 2024 as we come into 2025. At the halfway mark, it was the finish last year, but today it's just the halfway mark. There are a few challenges in the course. And as we're speaking about it, very quickly, we will take a look at the 10-kilometer course here. Kuran, what have you made out of it? Have you taken a glimpse at it? Have you gone around?
Yeah, so I was lucky enough on Thursday to have a drive on the course. It's quite quick. The first kilometer, predominantly downhill, not too sharp, but it's a bit of a drop as they make their way around El Sur Lake to the 3 kilometer mark. Between 4 and 5 kilometers, which is the halfway mark, there is a bit of a slight incline there that runners will face, but not too bad as they on Cubbon Road and glide past the Mink Square at 6 kilometers. They make their way down Raj Bhavan Road and through the 7 kilometer mark, where it is the second of 3 U-turns. And I don't think many of the runners will be looking up at that high quarter in the front of the elite race, but there is that turn right into Queen's Road, and this is the U-turn, and I think this is going to be a telling part in the race, because when they make that final U-turn, it is a slight uphill before turning right back onto Cubbon Road and along straight through to the finish, where hopefully we're going to see new event records set today.
Well, looking forward to that. It is a straight finish there in that last kilometer. But if I just had to ask you that, which part of that course would you say is the most challenging part, Kuhn?
I think it's going to be once the athletes get to the 8 kilometer mark. They would have got on quite a long downhill to make that final U-turn. And I think for anyone, if they have not broken away by then, I think that's going to be the make or break point for this elite race.
Right. Now, as we said, that the 5 kilometer marker is where the finish was last year, but this year, that's how the sport has also evolved here in Bengaluru. That is just the midway here in the 2025 TCS World 10K. Now, this is what they're fighting for. This is the International Elite Prize money. Well, look at that, $26,000 for the first prize, $17,000 for the second, $10,000 for the third, $5,000 for the fourth, $4,000 for the fifth, and $3,000 for the sixth. And if you break the event record, you get an $8,000 bonus. Speaking about the Indian Elite Prize money, first prize, of course, there is 3 lakhs out there, then like 2,25,000 for the second prize, 1,50,000 for the third, a lakh for the fourth, 75,000 for the fifth, and 60,000 for the sixth. A total of $210,000 in prize money. Here are the Indian women who, of course, are pushing for that finish line. It's just the beginning. We've just kicked off at 5:30 a.m. Remember, Sanjeevani Jadhav is back. But we speak about the Indian elite women. Your expectations from this field today, Kyun?
Yeah, I think we're in for an exciting race. We've got the defending champion from last year. She set the course record last year, and she's in great form. You know, this is a lady who has run 32:22 over 10,000 meters on the track. That is Sanjeevani Jadhav, and that is her there in the front, really pulling that pack through as they make their way through one of the activation points on the route. Last year, she took that victory at the TCS World 10 kilometer Bengaluru, and she is out there in action today, looking to run even faster.
Right, and she clinched the gold at the Federation Cup in 2025 in Kochi, and we're back at the elite, the international elite women. Now, we spoke about the field and the competition that that we'll be facing, but if I had to ask you for your early predictions, who do you think is clinching the gold here?
Oh, it's very early to tell, but I think definitely someone like Cynthia Chepengeno. She's the fastest woman on paper with that 30.08. She is there on the right-hand side, tucked in just behind the unofficial pacemaker, so to speak. So there's no official pacemakers in this women's event, but you can see that the pace is starting to quicken. They're on a little bit of an incline now. They'll be making their way through to the 2 kilometer mark shortly. And yeah, they're almost about to do that turn by El Sur Lake.
All right. Well, of course, like you mentioned about the fact that there are no pacers for the international elite women. And we speak about the role of pacers in detail, but very quickly, if we had to take a look at the top picks, and I will come to you, Kyun, as well, for your favorite picks, the top 3 from the international elite women to finish the race in style and, of course, clinch the top 3 positions. But we've got our top 3 picks from the field that we've got here. And, of course, there are some big names there, remember. 8 of these international elite women have already broken the record, the event record that was set by Areen Cheptai in 2024. Now, talking about our top picks, what do you make of that?
Yeah, Cynthia Chepengeno, as you see there, this year she's already run 30.17. for 10 kilometers, so she's in great shape. Rahel Daniel, we mentioned her earlier from Eritrea, that 30-12 world class over 10,000 meters. She's actually unfortunate that she never got a medal that day. And then the Ugandan athlete Sarah Chelangat, she is a class athlete, running at the Commonwealth Games and the Olympics as well. But here we can see this is Gladys Kwamboka, who's gone through there. Quite a strong surge as we saw her go through the 2-kilometer mark, and that split there 6 minutes and 8 seconds. So a tempo of around 3:04 per kilometer, so just slightly outside that course record projected pace. But you can see that this is a real big increase here from the athlete. And if I were the chasing bunch, I wouldn't let her get too far ahead, even though it's still early on.
Yes, she's taken a big lead there from the rest of the pack. Now, you know, we're speaking about the course here, and if you could just give us an insight, as you're one of the most loved long-distance running athlete yourself, but just very quickly, if we talk about, you know, how do the athletes study the course a month before, or how long do they study the course to just understand how do they go about their business on race day?
Yeah, I think for the Indian athletes, as we see here, a break in the women's race already. And this is your defending champion, Sanjivani Jadhav. And she is in great shape, having run that 32-minute, 22-second over 10,000 meter earlier this year. Oh, but this is Bharti, actually, sorry, my mistake for that. So this is a real upset very early into the race. And Bharti definitely not close to the times that Jadhav does have. And this could be interesting. It is still early on in the race. They would have gone past the 2-kilometer mark already. So she is making her way through to the 3K mark. But yeah, just in terms of the course, I think a lot of the Indian athletes will benefit from being able to train and run on the course. A lot of the East African athletes, funny enough, don't even go on the course sometimes. I think if there was like a world record attempt or so, they would then study the course a lot more. But yeah, most of the elite women, they won't really see the course that much beforehand. I think sometimes they actually get a little bit scared, and they rather just see it on the day.
Oh, that's rather interesting. So they're not planning the pace at which they would go and break down the course way in advance?
You'd think that they would, yes,
yeah.
But not right now. Sometimes when there are pacemakers, they will sit with their managers and they will go through the course personally with their personal managers, with their running coaches. But yeah, I think these elite athletes, they try to preempt as little as possible going into the race, and they just have to do one thing, and that's run fast.
All right, run fast is what we're expecting from our elite women who are participating here. Of course, the race has kicked off here at the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. We'll take a short break here. You don't go anywhere, as we've only gotten started, so you stay tuned.
It was raining very hard, but it didn't stop none of the runners preparing themselves for a great event today. The women did an amazing job when they came across the finish line, great times. Hopefully the men could do the same thing.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं।
Swagat ko Zahor Karengi Apka.
And we will also give you
Bahut Sara Pyar.
but on the pitch.
It's not a joke to beat England, isn't it?
Bahut Maza Ayega.
On Sony Sports Network.
Our aim is 5 test matches.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा. We will go for it.
Now is my time.
और रिजल्ट भी.
Hamze Panga. Hamze Panga.
हमसे पंगा.
Amari Pitchpar.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
England versus India 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports.
Sony Sports Network.
और Sony Live पर. This is the Bundesliga, where precision meets passion. On the field, unmatched precision. In the stands, unstoppable passion. This perfect symphony, on and off the field, makes the Bundesliga the true home of precision football. Catch all the Bundesliga action every weekend, only on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch the Emirates FA Cup semi-finals, Nottingham Forest versus Manchester City, tonight, 8 p.m, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
All right, as the elite women chase down athletic glory, the warm-up begins for thousands chasing a dream, a better self, a promise that they've made to themselves this morning, and of course, throughout their life to stay tuned to fitness. Maybe a personal best here. The ballet of the masses kicks off in just a few minutes, but let me tell you that the elite women out there are already competing. But as you see, the stretching is on, the warm-ups are on. But talking about the elite women here, well, the fun fact here is that the elite women out there that are running, well, they're running an incredible, 3.5 kilometers. It's actually particularly a minute they're taking for every 3 kilometers. Is that what we're looking at? If you're running at a 30-minute, 25 seconds kind of record, which is the average here, if you break that down, you're running a kilometer for every 3 minutes. That is incredible. And are we looking at someone breaking that down today?
Yeah, you know, these elite athletes running just a shade over 3 minutes per kilometer. And our early race leader here, that is Sarah Chelangat from Uganda. And she went through the 3 kilometer mark in 12 minutes and 8 seconds. So really, really quick running there by Chelangat. She's got a gap through the 3 kilometer mark of 11 seconds and through the 4 kilometer mark, of 11 seconds. And the fastest lady in the field is Cynthia Chepengeno. She is leading that chasing bunch, but Chelangat really making a race of it, and she's after that course record, running just a little bit outside the predicted pace for that course record, but she's only going to get faster.
Right, but the big question is, can they duck under Irin Cheptai's record here, which is 30 minutes, 35 seconds?
I think there is a big possibility of it. You can see that when Chelangat made that turn there, she had a little glance at the watch, also looking across the road to see where her fellow competitors are. But the fact that she keeps looking at her watch, I think she wants to run a quick time. And as you mentioned earlier, that $8,000 bonus for a new event record is pretty handy to go alongside that $26,000 first prize.
Yeah, $26,000 prize money is for the first prize, an extra bonus of $8,000, a total of $210,000 prize money that we're giving away here today at the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. Just in terms of prize money, sponsors, the initiatives, the participation in women athletes who've come from all across the world here in India. Just to give you numbers here, between 2024 to 2025, there has been a surge of 12% in women participation. Since the inception in 2008, it has gone up by 147%. How good is this for the sport?
It's amazing. You know, it just shows you the growth of mass participation, especially amongst women. This year on the ground, we have over 9,000 women that are in action, but there is our leading Indian female right now, and that is Abati. And quite a major upset, I would say, at this stage. We didn't even get, you know, a lot of information around her. That's basically how unknown she is with the elite Indian women, but she's really made this race one of her own. As you can see, she's made that turn that we saw our earlier leader Chelangat go through just a short while ago, but quite a big gap already. And the interesting thing will be, where is Sanjivani Jadhav, your event record holder? She's in a great form, having run that 32:22 over 10,000 meters earlier this year in the States, over in America. But yeah, the race all about Abati right now. but I'm not too sure. Those legs looking a little bit heavy as she makes her way through towards the halfway mark. Could she have gone too early? I guess time will tell.
Right, and remember, in that first kilometer, there is a downhill. There are 2 turns, and that is what we were talking about it just before. That, of course, the elite women took on the races. That's where you would want to go faster, but an international athlete would not do that. They would go slower and pace themselves as they go about the 10-kilometer mark.
Definitely, and we see there, these are your official splits through the halfway mark, and it is our race leader that we see there, Sarah Chelangat, with Cynthia Chepengeno now 20 seconds behind. So remember, going through the 4-kilometer mark, she had a gap of 11 seconds. So Chelangat really is increasing the pace, but we saw that little glimpse behind by Chelangat, perhaps to see just how far the competitors are behind her. Although there's another glance at the watch, she is running for a fast time, but when athletes start to look back, it is a telltale sign that either they are really getting tired, or perhaps she just wants to know just how far ahead she is. We see there, to get the record, they would have had to go through the halfway mark in 15:15. So 8 seconds behind in that pace, although they can really increase the pace over the second half. But the story will be, can Chelangat hold on to this pace? Can she increase it in the second half? Remember, just after the 8-kilometer mark, there is quite a steep climb back up before they make that final right turn through to the finish here. And the telltale signs will be if Chelangat continues to look back, because if she continues looking back, I think that is a warning sign that she's starting to feel the pace.
All right, yeah, and then like you mentioned, Kieran, that is the most challenging part of the course. But you spoke about, you know, when athletes look back, they're either trying to figure out how far and what is the kind of lead they've taken. But when you're in the sport of distance running, how important it is to break away from any kind of emotions during this time on the field?
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of these elite athletes, you know, sometimes there we see another little glance back by Chelangat. They're in a zone when they are running, and there's been many a times when people have said to them, oh, did you hear me shout your name, or did you see me give you the thumbs up on the course? And many of them will be like, we did not see that at all. It's almost like they get into this Zen mode when they are running, and they don't notice their surroundings. But yeah, Chelangat's now just going through the 6-kilometer mark, so a little bit behind the event record with that projected tempo, but we could see some major fireworks happen in the second half. But my concern is that she keeps glancing around. The last time she looked, she can see that the athletes are quite far behind, but it is a telling sign.
All right, well, in just a couple of minutes from here on, we will have, of course, a new winner. And would we have a new event record holder? I guess we'll find out in just a couple of minutes. But very quickly, let me tell you, in sometime at 6:10, we'll have the Open 10K. Now, the Open 10K also brings you the opportunity that you can tune into the race through our virtual run setup from anywhere in the world. And wherever you are, the TCS World 10K Bengaluru 2025 virtual run is calling you. So you can pick your challenge on our app, 5K or 10K. Just hit the start button on the official app and own your run. Of course, today here on the April 27th, the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. So no crowds, no rules, it's just you, it's your spirit, and that finish line that you'll be feeling. Talking about feeling, here she is back. What is she feeling at this particular moment, Kieran?
I think she's probably going through, she just wants to get through to the finish line as fast as possible. As you can see there, that is the chasing bunch behind Chelangat. But she went through the 6-kilometer mark there in 18 minutes and 35 seconds. She's extended that lead now to 26 seconds. So it was 11 seconds at 4K. At 5K, she had extended it to 20 seconds and now 26 seconds ahead. So glancing back, perhaps wondering why there are no chasers coming through to her, but yeah, it's all about Chelangat right at this stage.
All right, on the other side, of course, here the Indian elite women, you still have Bharti Nayan for sure leading the way, but the body language there, Kyun, says that is she tiring out a bit at this juncture?
Yeah, you can see that she's looking quite heavy in her shoulders. She doesn't have that spring and bounce, that very fast cadence that we saw her have earlier on in the race. She would have already gone through the 6 kilometer mark herself. But when you look back at the screen there, no other Indian women in sight, and it's quite telling just how fast she went out. And I'm quite surprised that Jadav, our event course record holder from last year, running a time of 34 minutes and 2 seconds, is nowhere to be seen right now because she's in the shape of her life. We have a lot of other Indian athletes as well that were looking really, really good. As we see Bharti take some water there. And of course, hydration really important, even over a short distance such as 10 kilometers, because it is quite humid out on the streets of Bengaluru this morning as well. But you can see that arm carriage there literally weighing her down. You can see she's breathing really, really hard, but making her way through towards that 7 kilometer mark. You can see there a little bit of a grimace on her face. And yeah, this is Bharti looks like she is really struggling there. But back to our lead woman, and that is Sarah Chelangat. Another glance at the watch there, and yeah, chasing that event record. She's running a little bit outside it at this stage, but we could see a lot of changes over the final 3 kilometers.
Right, and as we speak, she's crossing the scenic Vidhansuda. Of course, it's rather calm this morning. It's rather early in morning here in Bengaluru, and Vidhansuda, of course, stands for its architectural marvel here in Bengaluru. Quite the structure. And if you're new to Bengaluru, that is one thing that you must visit. But of course, just talking about the scenic parts that the athletes will be crossing in this particular course. You have Vidhansuda, then you've got the calmness, of course, of the Cubbon Park. And, well, ground zero is going to be the Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw Parade Ground, where our studio is right now. But talking about glancing back, she's not doing that anymore. What are you making of that body language right now, Kieran?
Yeah, I think, you know, she's still looking really, really good. She's got a fluid style. You can see that high cadence. And she won't need to look back right now because she will be nearing the 8 kilometer mark. And that is where she will do the final U-turn. So when she does make that turn, she will be able to see just how far back the chasing pack is, which is led by Chipengeno, our fastest lady in the field. If she can make this U-turn successfully and get to the top of the hill on the other side, still in the lead, then I really think that she's got this race in the scruff of her hands.
All right, well, here is where our athletes are staying. This is the Windsor Hotel here in Bengaluru. This is where legacy, class, elegance meets the hustle that these athletes bring to the table here at the TCS World 10K event. And now, of course, India is known for its hospitality, and here in Windsor, of course, we bring our best for these athletes who have come from across the world here to participate in the TCS World 10K. And here's hoping they've enjoyed their time here. It is one of the best here in Bengaluru. Coming back to the international elite women, well, you still have Sarah there, of course. Sorry, my bad. You've got Chiptagi, of course, leading the way there. And still a huge lead between her and the pack. We are nearing the last bit of the course. What are your expectations here? Could there be a turnaround in the events?
I think that Chelangat has got this race sewn up. A little glance at the watch there. She is now on that tough section of the course that I mentioned earlier. This is the final hill, so to speak, of the event. She's going to make one final right turn. And although you can see that that knee lift not as fast as it was earlier, but it is because she's on a hill. When she makes that final right turn, you can expect to see some major fireworks from Chelangat, who's only going to extend that lead. But I think the question now is that, will Chelangat win? Yes, I think she will. How far will she be from that event record?
Yeah, but this is quite the lead that she's taken. And I mean, if she goes ahead to win it with this kind of dominance, this is going to be complete dominance in the 10K event here at in Bengaluru. Now, just the fact to add some perspective into the kind of year that she's had in 2025, participating in the races across the world, Kieran?
Yeah, she's in great form. This year, not running too many races yet. This is her debut of 2025, but she is a multiple sub-31-minute 10-kilometer runner, both on the roads and on the track. She's finished 6th at the Commonwealth Games before. That was in Birmingham in the United Kingdom back in 2022. Unfortunately, did not finish in the Paris famous Olympics 10,000 meter last year, but she has bounced back with a good performance over the roads, and she's showing today that she's in form.
Yes, she indeed is. Shalangara, of course, with that huge lead. And, well, it does look like she's slowing down a tad bit here, but the kind of lead that she's gotten early into the race, well, that will benefit her. On the other side, of course, in the Indian elite women, you still have Bharti here leading the pack, a huge lead, and you can't see other Indians in sight. And suddenly, do you see a stride of confidence in her? Body language has improved.
Yeah, I think it definitely has. You know, she is on that little bit of a quicker section there. She would have made that U-turn, and it's going to be quite hard, you know, in terms of the way we've seen Bharti run so far. She's mentally so strong. You know, it's one thing to be fit, but you need that strength and mentality as well, as she goes through the 8-kilometer mark there, and she's now making that final U-turn. You can see those legs are really begging her to stop, but a little bit of a downhill now before she faces that long climb up to the 9-kilometer mark. If you can get to the top of the hill still in one piece, then I think she's got this Indian title sewn up.
Oh, interesting. Well, there are a couple of downhills in this course. What should athletes be careful of when you're running a distance like 10K when it's sloping down?
Yeah, you know, you need to obviously let gravity take your course there. A lot of these elite athletes would have trained on downs as well. It's nice to, you know, open up the legs, stride a lot more easier, but you don't want to push it too much, because for every downhill, there's always an uphill. And now we see Chelangat, our race leader, since we've seen her from the 2-kilometer mark, Chelangat really strong. She's gone through the 9 kilometers there, and through the 8-kilometer mark, she had increased that lead to 38 seconds over Cynthia Chepengeno. So I don't think we are going to see a new event record in the ladies' race today, but as the ladies mentioned in the press conference 2 days before, it's more important for them to leave Bengaluru as a champion, and Chelangat is looking at taking victory today, and she will add her name to a long-standing list of historic champions. We've seen many former athletes here, former winners, go on to do great things. We'll see that in the men's race as well, but yeah, we see Chelangat less than 800 meters to go.
All right, this is the final stretch. We are into the 10th kilometer. This is the business end of that 10K event. You've got Sarah Chelangat leading the way. As you mentioned, Kuan, we may not see an event record because it's already 29 minutes and counting, but you want to finish as a champion, and a champion who's completely dominated this race from the word go.
And as you remember, we mentioned earlier that when she makes that final right turn, she's really going to open that stride and increase the pace. And that's what we're seeing exactly now happening with Sarah Chelangat, the Ugandan athlete who has been in the lead since the 2-kilometer mark, where she made that very strong surge on the little bit of an uphill section there by the Elsua Lake. And yeah, the story so far of the 2025 World 10-kilometer Bengaluru has all been about Sarah Chelangat, as she is in that final straight. It's just a shade under 30 minutes. She is going to miss that event record, but it'll be interesting to see if she can dip under 31. Still a world-class time. Remember, it is hot in the streets of Bengaluru right now. Humidity over 80%, and once the humidity gets past 80%, your body actually struggles to keep cool. You can get away with it in a 10-kilometer, but the longer distances, such as half marathon, is where athletes would struggle. Little glance of the watch there. About to go over that event course record, but it doesn't matter for Sarah Chelangat from Uganda, who's making this race all about herself and coming through to the final straight. We are looking at a champion.
We indeed are. Sarah Chelangat, complete dominance throughout. From the word go, of course, she misses the event record, because remember, Irene Cheptai in 2022 has a record of 30 minutes, 35 seconds. We're already into 30 minutes and counting. Is 49 seconds and counting, but it would be good if she finishes under 31. I don't see that happening as well, but she'll be happy with that victory.
A brilliant victory by Sarah Chelangat from Uganda, crossing the line 31 minutes and 6 seconds unofficially for Sarah Chelangat, and a well-deserved victory by the Ugandan. adding her name to a long list of champions in the TCS World 10 Kilometer Bengaluru. There we see Cynthia Chepengeno in the red strip, really gunning it out there. The fastest lady on paper with her 30.08, but it's not to be, as the Ethiopian athlete there comes past her. But we're going to be in for a thrilling sprint finish here for second and third.
Yes, it is going to be interesting to see who comes second and third. Remember, the prize money that is in our hands, $26,000 for the first prize. That is what Sarah, of course, clinches. But there is still $17,000 up for grabs for the second place and third. Now $210,000 giveaway in prize money here today. And you've got, we have a second and third place finish already here as well.
Yeah, Cynthia Chepengeno getting that second place finish ahead of Guteni Shanko from Ethiopia. And you can see these ladies have given it their all on the streets of Bengaluru. As we see our podium finishes there, the top three. And Chepengeno really, you can see those legs very, very heavy. Guteni Shanko putting that ice-cold towel on her head. And humidity quite high here this morning, as we see Chebet, who come through for that fourth place finish. But the times are relevant this morning. It's the victories that will remain forever. And a brilliant race that we saw by Sarah Chelangat. 31.07 was her official winning time. As we see more of the elite athletes coming through. And the question will be, will Bharti still be our leading Indian athlete coming through to the finish? As we see another one of the Kenyans coming through. And you can see these ladies really struggling over this final section. And the course, whilst relatively easy, it is hot out there.
It indeed is, and we will see the impact of the weather and the conditions as the men's elite race also kicks off. But just to put into perspective, we're in the month of April. It has been quite hot here in Bengaluru. We've seen a couple of days where we've had some light showers as well. The humidity for sure has increased. And remember, the race kicked off at 5:30 a.m. It's 6 a.m. here on the other side. If we take a look at the Indians as well, you remember Bharti Jain was leading the pack, and she's still leading, and nowhere do you see the other Indian athletes anywhere close to her.
Yeah, just a shade over 34 minutes now for Bharti, so she is going to miss out on that event record of 34.02. As we see now Bharti passing the Eritrean athlete Daniel, and that's quite surprising to see because Daniel herself has a 30 minutes and 12 seconds personal best over the 10,000 meters. She hasn't quite equated that over to the road, but Bharti now coming through to the finish, and she's looking to be your Indian champion of the 2025 TCS World 10 Kilometer Bengaluru.
Yep. Just we were speaking about the prestige of this event, and when you talk about the careers of these athletes, when they set records and set up a podium finish in the TCS World 10K here in Bengaluru, what does it mean to them?
Yeah, that's, you know, this race is a world-class event. It's the only gold label World Athletics 10 kilometer in India. And, you know, the performances here today put them on the international map. And with these performances, they can go on to run races all around the world. And I think especially for the Indian athletes, the prestige of winning the Indian title here, so to speak, speaks wonders.
Indeed, is. And now Bharti, of course, just 100 meters remaining in the race, 35 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. She misses the event record. Both in the international elite women as well as the Indian elite women miss out the event record, but she is the clear winner.
Yeah, 35 minutes and 34 seconds there for Bharti. And she did it the hard way, you know, really going out hard. And you can see there the pain all over her face as she takes a well-deserved rest there. You can see breathing quite hard. But yeah, Bharti had the race of her life and a brilliant performance for the Indian athletes, as we see Poonam now coming through for that second place.
Right, but what a huge upset this morning. Sanjeevani Jadhav, of course, is nowhere in the picture.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that. Very, very interesting there for San Giovanni, as she is really in the shape of her life. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where she was.
Yes, remember Sanjeevani Yadav, of course, was the defending champion as well as the event record holder. But on the other side, very quickly, the men's race is about to begin. Here, our international elite men will be participating this year.
The who's who of distance running in the world, led by Joshua Cheptegei, who makes a return from the 2014 Bengaluru 10 kilometer. He is that world record holder over the 10,000 meter. Vincent Langat, 26:55 over 10 kilometers this year already. He is going to be a danger man. Same on Emmanuel, who's run 27:10 this year. Also a new youngster on the scene, Stephen Kisa, former pacemaker here in the event, 27:13, his personal best. All of these men under that event record time of 27:38 of Nicholas Kimeli. Sise Jemberu, who has finished here before in a 9th place last year, he's since increased that to 27:45. Gabriel Giai, more a marathon runner, but looking to do something really special on the streets of Bengaluru today. That is Chalchisa Gelata, himself a 28 minutes and 10-second performer. He will do well to hang with these athletes today. And then a new kid on the block as well, Maxim Kipingetic, 28:16, his personal best time. A little bit slower than the top elite men there, but the Indian elite men, Kiran Matre, in the defending champion here and event record holder with Sawan Barwal and Deepak Bhatt. But I think Sawan Barwal is going to be the man to beat today.
Yes, and here they are. Of course, the men geared up for the elite men race. Now we already have our winners from the women. Well, Joshua Cheptegei, of course, is back here in Bengaluru after 2014. Remember, in 2014, he made his international debut. He finished second, and after that, he's come a long way. He's had an Olympic podium finish. He's also the world record holder, but he comes into this race, well, to eye a podium finish, the first prize here in the men's race, because he finished second in 2014. But like you mentioned, he's going to face a tough competition. How difficult and how competitive is this field today?
It's really, really competitive. You know, the who's who of distance running is here. Joshua Cheptegei himself, a former world record holder on the 10-kilometer road distance. He still holds those world records over 10,000 meters on the track and 5,000 meters. 26 minutes, 11 seconds. He's covered over the 10,000 meter distance. Really out of this world. You know, a class performer. He started, as you mentioned, his international debut. His first race outside his country of Uganda was back here in 2014, where he finished second, still a junior at that stage. And as you mentioned, some of those accolades, he's gone on to totally dominate the world of distance running. He's here today. He wants to win. And as we saw in the women's race, there was no pacemakers. But in the men's race, this is the youngster from Uganda, Dolphine Chalimo, who is a training partner of Cheptegei. And speaking to some of the managers last night, he's been tasked at setting a tempo of 2 minutes and 45 seconds per kilometer, which will get them to the finish in 27 minutes and 30 seconds. The telling point will be, can he sustain that pace, number one, to the halfway mark, where they'll look at going through in 13:45? And number two, will the athletes go with the pace? Because sometimes, as much as there's a pacemaker there, the elite men, sometimes when it gets a little bit more tactical, they don't like to follow the paces. But right now, Dolphine Chalimo in the lead, and directly behind him, there you see on the left-hand side, the tallest gentleman in the elite field. That is a Gabriel Giai, himself a 27 minutes 49 second performer over 10 kilometer. As we see back to the start, the open 10 kilometer now underway.
Open 10K is also underway. Remember, it's going to be led by a 13-member squad, all women pacers who will lead the open 10K. And this is something rather that we all look forward to in the TCS World 10K, where we see the best in the world competing as well as the amateurs. And remember, there is no different course. They are all going to be competing on the same course, whether you're an elite or an amateur. Well, it is the same 10K course. And while all these runners here have taken the pledge to have a fitter and a much more enthusiastic, adrenaline in the air, and looking forward to not just finishing that finish line, but also along with that, they would also want to They would also want to create dominance about the long distance running sport here in the country. Make a mark here in Bengaluru all over again. Remember, it's 2025. We started off in 2008 and we've come a long way, but plenty of distance to be carried on. Now very quickly, a small correction there. It is not Bharti who's won the elite Indian race. It is Sanjeevani Jadhav who's won it. So Sanjeevani Jadhav has yet again conquered the throne here at the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. We'll get you the results later, but here is the glimpse from the Open 10K. Well, meanwhile, let's get back to the international elite men. Remember, Joshua Cheptegei is back here in Bengaluru after almost a decade. In 2014, he finished second, and today he'll be eyeing another podium finish. Uganda's 5,000-meter and 10,000-meter world record holder Joshua, well, entered the race with the fastest time of 26 minutes, 11 seconds. He's followed by Vincent Langat with 26 minutes, 55 seconds. Seaman Emmanuel, 27 minutes, 10 seconds. And Stephen Kissa with 27 minutes, 13 seconds. But the question is, are we seeing another event record today here, Kriyo?
Once they go through the 2-kilometer mark, we'll be in a better position to tell, but it looks like they really are going fast. Dolphin Chalimo in front. He's been tasked to take these gentlemen through to the 5-kilometer mark in 13:45, a 2 minutes 45 seconds per kilometer tempo. And you can see him continuously glancing at the watch. He's out here to do a job, but there is quite a big bunch behind him.
Right. All right, remember, once again, let me remind you the prize money that we're looking at, and it is, we've come a long way also in terms of the prize that is for the first place is $26,000, for the second it's $17,000, third $10,000, fourth $5,000, fifth $4,000, and sixth is a $3,000. Remember, an extra $8,000 bonus if you shatter the event record that was set in 2022. But talking about the Indian elite prize money, 3 lakhs for the first prize, 2,25,000 for the second, a lakh and 50,000 for the third, 1 lakh for the fourth, 75,000 for the fifth, and 60,000 for the sixth place. Now, this prize money definitely is a motivation booster that the elite men here will be eyeing. But more than that, it is about pride. It is about also conquering the streets of Bengaluru yet again. But just speaking about the emotions here, we were speaking about how do you detach yourself as a runner when you're on that course. But other than that, what are the kind of emotions that an athlete is going through, especially men? Because we kept seeing the lead that the women had, but there is no significant lead here. So the emotions that they're going through at this stage.
Yeah, I think they, as you see there on the opposite side of the road, they've just gone through the 2-kilometer mark, so we'll get split shortly of this lead bunch. But I think right now they're all just watching each other, trying to stick with the pace that Dolphin Chalimo is setting. It's nice to see a big bunch. It's, you know, sometimes it's when another athlete goes right in front, it becomes a little bit boring to watch. But here we have a very big bunch. It's tactical. It's looking good at this stage. And the who's who of distance running is in there. You've got Joshua Cheptegei making his return to Bengaluru and 26:11 over 10,000 meters. As we see here, our top picks for the race. This is your world record holder over 10,000 meters, Joshua Cheptegei. He is going to be the man to beat, a double Olympic champion, double world champion. But Vincent Langat, the new kid on the block, only 2 years on the international scene. He ran 26:55 for 10 kilometers on the road earlier this year in Valencia. And Gabriel Guiai, the tall athlete who we've seen much of this morning already, 27:49. He will perhaps be looking at not only getting a new event record today, but breaking the Tanzanian national record holder to add to his marathon and half marathon national records.
All right, well, it's 6:15 a.m. here in Bengaluru. Remember, it was already getting a little hot around the 5:45 a.m. mark. The conditions will get rather harsh as we head deeper into this 10K race. Take me through the impact of the weather and the humidity today that we have here in Bengaluru on this race.
Yeah, so it is quite warm out there, around 22 degrees at this stage for the elite men's start, but it's the humidity that is a factor. Once it goes over 80% humidity, the body really struggles to cool itself. A lot of these athletes, you'll see most of the elite men not even taking water on in a short distance like 10 kilometers. So for some of them, they can get away with it, but if you push that tempo, it's quite a fine line that these athletes are going through. As we see there at the 3 kilometer mark, 8 minutes and 25 seconds for our leaders. It's quite a fine line that they walk on being on the safe side and really, overdoing that engine, so to speak. So right now, just looking at trying to keep that pace, trying to keep your energy reserves in, because I think, once they go through the halfway mark and start going through towards 6-7 kilometers, that's where we're going to start to see some big breaks, especially when the pacemaker steps aside.
All right. Now, at what stage would you see the pacemaker steps aside? Is there a certain kilometer that is designated, or it's different from one course to the other?
So it's different from one course to another. Dolphin Chalimo, he's been tasked to take them through to the 5 kilometer mark, where then he can step off. But the question will be, once he goes through 5 kilometers, if he can make it to 5 kilometers as well on that pace, will he step aside? Because one of the gentlemen in the field, Stephen Kisa from Uganda, started his running career here as well in the streets of Bengaluru. He was a pacemaker that day, tasked to take them through to the 5 kilometer. But once they made it through to the halfway mark, he carried on and he actually finished third and stepped up on that podium. So Dolphin Chalimo himself, a 28-minute, 12-second performer over 10 kilometers. Will he step aside? We'll see at 5 kilometers.
I guess we'll find out as the mystery unfolds. Well, we are 9 minutes, 52 seconds counting into the race. But one would wonder, every single viewer is watching, that these are elite athletes. They train years and years. Some of them are Olympians. They've had a podium finish. Why do elite athletes need a pacer?
Yeah, so a lot of these athletes definitely do need that pacing structure. But just from the course, these gentlemen now, as they make their way through to 4 kilometers, they went through the 2 kilometer mark in 5:28. So a projected tempo, are you ready for it?
Yes.
27 minutes and 20 seconds. We could see a new event record today.
All right, we're looking forward to that. All right, we'll take a short break here. You stay tuned, just because there's plenty of action that's unfolding in the streets of Bengaluru. And as we slide into a break, let's hear it from one of our former international event ambassadors.
Remember when running really got started in India? Remember that Bangalore race in 2014 when there were 25,000, and a few years before? Then there may be 50,000. The whole country may be running then. You're going to be a part of it. You'll be a part of the running revolution that happened in the United States in the 70s, and it's a great thing that's gone all over our country. It's happening now here.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
And we will also give you
Bahut Sara Pyar. But on the pit, our aim is 5 test matches.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा, हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और सोनी लिव पर.
Watch the Emirates FA Cup semi-finals, Nottingham Forest versus Manchester City, tonight, 8 p.m, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level.
Fidela Madaleno is a straight-up killer.
This is going to be a phenomenal fight.
We are loaded at UFC 315.
Watch UFC 350, Sunday, 11th May, 5:30 a.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Champions League semi-finals leg 1. Arsenal versus PSG. Tuesday, 29th April, 11:30 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Welcome back. You've got the international elite men who've taken on the Bengaluru streets, and they are 13 minutes and 35 seconds counting into the race. As Kyun mentioned before we slid into the break, we could possibly see a new event record. Take me through what's going on now.
Yeah, so we've had a really exciting break in the men's race, and this is Gabriel Gie, the Tanzanian athlete more suited to the marathon. He's himself a second-place finisher in the 2023 Boston Marathon, but he's really out here meaning business. There is the 5-kilometer mark, so 14 minutes there for Gie. So that means that the pace has slowed down quite considerably compared to the first 3 kilometers. And as we see there, no more pacemaker, Dolphine Chelimo out of the lead there. But it is Joshua Cheptegei who's really trying to close that gap now.
All right, you have Gabriel Gie there, of course, leading the pack. There has been a break here in the international elite men. Now, let's get to know Gabriel Gie a little better as to what he brings on the table today in the race.
I came here to India to race World 10K Bangalore. This is my first time to come to India. I am happy to be here, and I am happy that Bangalore 10K to invite me and to be part of the start list in Bangalore 10K this Sunday. I can't wait to race here on Sunday and do as I prepare to race with the strongest field here. I was like to be here in Bangalore in a couple of the years to race this 10K because sometimes I watch strong athletes who racing here in Bangalore, and I say that maybe one day I'll be part of the Bangalore 10K start list. And I race there with the greatest athletes in Bangalore 10K.
Yes, well, the man is truly enjoying India, and here in Bangalore, of course, he'd want to finish first in that podium, clinch back $26,000 and add to his glory. We were speaking about his accolades here in 2025 before coming into the race, well, but it is getting rather tactical now. It's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting tactical indeed, as we see now. The world record holder over 5,000 and 10,000 meters, Joshua Cheptegei, has closed that gap on Gie. He has the youngster Simon Emmanuel from Eritrea right on his heels, and he's an interesting athlete to watch because already this year he's run a 27:10 over the 10-kilometer distance on the roads. He's a new up-and-coming star, and just as we saw back in 2014 with Cheptegei, where he made his international debut as a junior, finishing second, we may see the rise of Simon Emmanuel today on the streets of Bengaluru.
All right. Well, unlike the women, this is going to be close. This is going to be close for two reasons. Looking forward to who clinches the throne today here in Bengaluru, and do we see a new event record here in Bengaluru? Now, the fact that Joshua Cheptegei is back here in Bengaluru after a decade, he was here in 2014, he was second there. Let's go meet the man a little closer. Let's get to know the man a little closer as he takes the lead here in the TCS World 10K.
Hi everyone, my name is Joshua Cheptegei of Uganda, two-time Olympic champion and a four-time world champion, world record holder. My favorite place to run is India, and I've always wanted to come back to Bangalore. My most memorable performance last year was in Paris, the Olympic Games, where I won the Olympic title in the 10,000 meters. Well, the runner I grew up admiring or inspiring me is actually the legendary Eliud Kipchoge of Kenya, who also happens to be a teammate from the Indian running team.
Well, he's come a long way ever since he made his debut here in Bengaluru. Remember, he made his international debut on these very streets. Now, what about him has really stood out in his career so far for you?
I think, you know, starting his career here in the streets of Bengaluru. Later that year, he went on to win the World Junior title over 10,000 meters. He's followed that up with another two world titles over the 10,000 meter distance as a senior athlete. Of course, breaking those world records as well over 5,000 and 10,000 meters. But I think it's the two Olympic golds. You know, to come to two Olympic games, two different Olympic games, and pick up gold medals over 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters just shows the class that Joshua Cheptegei is.
For sure. And there is a lot of class, elegance, and also a lot of willpower that's riding on the streets. Talking about sheer willpower, let's take a look at the Indian elite men also here in the field. You've got the international men that we saw, but talking about the Indian elite men, you've got Abhishek Pal right there at the back, and he's ahead of Kissa at the moment. Well, this is getting interesting.
Yeah, this is very interesting indeed, and he's really gone out hard. We have the athlete from Norway just in front of him, but the fact that they've already passed an athlete like Stephen Kissa, who has himself finished on the podium on the streets of Bengaluru in the past, just shows that the Indian men are closing that gap slowly but surely through to the East Africans, and a great run by this gentleman today so far.
Right, Abhishek Pal, of course, there leading the Indian men. He's also ahead of Stephen Kissa. Here are the two races, the international elite as well as the Indian elite men. Correction there, of course, in the international women elite, where you had Sara, who's conquered the throne, but on the other side, talking about the Indian women elite, you have Sanjeevani Jadhav, who's once again clinched the throne. Remember, she's the defending champion. She walked in as a defending champion, the event record holder, and she's done it again. It is not Bharti Jain, it is Sanjeevani Jadhav. And here, the men's race has kicked off. What is the morning of a race day like for an international athlete?
So for a lot of these elite athletes, they'll wake up as early as possible, have a very light breakfast, make sure that they hydrate themselves a lot with quite a bit of water. And then when they come to the event, it's all about getting warmed up for the race, doing some strides. Some of these elite guys will actually run up to 5 kilometers before the race at a very slow pace, I must say. And then a few strides just to elevate that heart rate just before the start line. And then they're good to go. And we see, you know, really world-class action on the streets of Bengaluru. You can see on the left-hand side, a lot of those athletes now, including Vincent Langat, have closed that gap. We had 3 athletes out front. It's now growing to 6 athletes, and that's an indication that the pace is slowing on the men's race up front and becoming a more tactical affair.
It is. It is. We are through the midway mark, and this is going to get challenging from here on. Remember, it goes uphill at the 8-kilometer walk, at the 8-kilometer mark, and that, as Kyun mentioned, is the most challenging part of the course. But well, scenic scenes here in Bengaluru as they cross some of the most iconic buildings of the city, the Garden City, which has become the running capital of the country with 95 run clubs. And remember, 10 of those run clubs are volunteering here in this particular race, the TCS World 10K. Well, you're going to see everyone in action. It's still really early in the morning. It's 6:29 a.m. It is already getting a little hot. It's about 22 degrees outside. What is the optimum temperature for a 10K run, though, Kyun?
I think for a lot of these elite athletes, it will be anywhere between 9 to 12 degrees, I would say, for a really, fast world-class performance. Definitely not the temperatures that we are seeing today. Temperatures now climbing up to around 24 degrees. But there we see it is Abhishek Pal, who is just behind that leading group. You can see on the opposite side of the road, those elite men had made that final U-turn. And they're going to be approaching the 8-kilometer mark now. And Joshua Cheptegei now starting to increase at pace. You can see shortly a lot of athletes will start to fall behind as we see them go through that 8-kilometer mark. And really now Cheptegei driving that pace. And I think this is a bit of a break.
Also, the height that Cheptegei that he has, as compared to the rest of the field, gives him longer strides.
Yeah, both Cheptegei and Gabriel Guy just behind him. You know, one stride looking like two strides almost for Vincent Langat in the middle of the picture there. And it's quite strange to see Langat looking not too good right now, as we see the splits there, 22 minutes and 35 seconds for Joshua Cheptegei. So no event record in the cards so far for the men's race, just like we saw in the women's race. But now Joshua Cheptegei really putting down the hammer.
All right. Well, from what you've seen of him over the years, what is his finish like? Is it really strong, aggressive, or still pacey?
No, he's one of the best finishers in the world. He's got a lethal finishing kick. We saw him do that last year over 10,000 meters in the Paris Olympic Games, where he took that gold medal. And, you know, for an athlete like Cheptegei, dropping a 54-second final 400 meters means that if any of these athletes have any intention of beating Cheptegei, they need to do it from a long way out.
So who can do it today?
Ooh, putting me on the spot there. Maybe Emmanuel, the youngster with the 27:10 over 10 kilometers on the road earlier this year. But I don't think that Cheptegei can be outkicked by Emmanuel, who's now starting to drift back in third place. Only Gabriel Gai, the Tanzanian athlete, trying to stick with this pace. But you can see Cheptegei still has another gear. He has not unleashed that killer kick yet.
Yes, and we might see it very soon. Remember, we're at the 8-kilometer mark. This is the toughest and the most challenging part of that course. But as we head straight into the 9K and the 10K, remember, the end of the course is a straightaway. It's got no turns. There's a final U-turn that the athletes take at the 9-kilometer mark, and the 10-kilometer is a straight run. Now, Joshua Cheptegei, if he clinches the throne, what a story it would be, isn't it, Kieran? He's been here in 2014. He finished second. He's come a decade later and becomes the champion.
It will be the story of the 2025 TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru, and he's going to be approaching the 9-kilometer mark and one final turn. And this is the gear switch that we are seeing now by Joshua Cheptegei, one of the greatest of all time. He's still a youngster. He is still going to go on and achieve many great things in his career. Less than 1 kilometer to go. There is that final right turn that he's about to make, and I think we are looking at your champion of the TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru 2025.
You spoke about how he finishes longer strides, aggressive, and talking about shifting gears, he definitely has put himself in the 5th gear. Take a look at the lead that he's taken here in the final stretch.
Yeah, he's definitely shifted gears here, opening up quite a considerable gap already. And although he is running flat out right now, trust me, there is another gear if someone had to challenge him. But it's all about Joshua Cheptegei returning to the streets of Bengaluru from 2014, where he started his career as a junior, finishing second. And in the press conference on the Friday, he did say that he wants to leave Bengaluru as the champion, and he's doing just that right now.
He indeed is. He's quite a monster there on the course. He's running like a man possessed. Look at that stride. Look at the confidence with which he's running that course. And this is what a champion truly looks like. Kieran did mention there's another gear left in him, and I think he has shifted that gear because now he's running stronger than whatever we've seen so far in this 10-kilometer race.
And not to forget that Cheptegei has shifted focus now to the marathon distance. He recently ran the Tokyo Marathon, where he ran a new PB of 2:05:59 in March. The question was going to be, would he still have that marathon in his legs? But he's showing on the streets of Bengaluru today that that is not to be. He is fresh, he is fast, as we see the gentleman behind them. That's a camera angle shortening it. It is quite a considerable gap there, as we see Simon Emmanuel, the youngster from Eritrea, trying to close that gap. A little glance back by Cheptegei, but I think he's got this race sewn, and just going to miss out perhaps on that event record, but is the titles that forever stay, and it is a title that Joshua Cheptegei will want to add to his resume. He has won everything you can think of. As we see there, 100 meters to go for Cheptegei. Emmanuel trying to close that gap, but I think he settled for second place. A little glance back there by Emmanuel, but all about Joshua Cheptegei, one of the greatest of all time, running a very fast second half to take a victory in the 2025 TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru. Joshua Cheptegei, your champion, followed by Simon Emmanuel, with Vincent Langat just pipping Gabriel Gay for the third place podium spot. So faster times than we saw last year, and great action on the streets of Bengaluru this morning.
It was close. It was rather close, and we've got a new champion here at the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. It is Joshua Cheptegei. Remember, he couldn't break the event record that was 27 minutes 38 seconds set by Nicholas Kimeli in 2022, but nonetheless, the man walks away as the champion. Here comes the Indians who are the elite Indian men who are participating in racing here, and you've got an Abhishek Pal leading the pack. Well, he is looking strong. The body language is looking strong. Takes a quick glance back to see how the others are coming through. But what have you made of his race so far, Kyun?
This is a brilliant run by Abhishek Pal, the leading Indian. And not only is he going to take the title for the Indian men this morning, but I think he is going to obliterate the event record time for the Indian men. He was only 46 seconds back at the 8-kilometer mark. And there we see him, Abhishek Pal, your champion of the 2025 TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru, a new event record for the Indian men. And you can see just how happy Pal is. He himself has obliterated his 10-kilometer personal best. He came in with a 30:05 from the 2022 event, and I think Abhishek Pal has stepped up for the world now to officially notice him.
Right, the man has made headlines this morning, not just the champion Abhishek Pal for the Indian men, elite men here at the TCS World 10K event, but also sets a new event record, also goes up from his personal best that he had here in the previous edition of the TCS World 10K. Abhishek Pal, for sure, has made headlines. And Savan Barwal, who, of course, finishes second there, but Abhishek Pal will be the man of this morning, of today, of this edition of the TCS World 10K.
As we see there as well, that is Kiran Matre, who is going to be a little bit disappointed that he could not defend his title, and I think equally more disappointed when he finds out that Abhishek Pal has totally destroyed his event record. As we saw Sawan Balwal coming through for that second place, and Balwal to me was the man to beat this morning. He's been in great form this year, running a national games record of 28 minutes and 49 seconds over the 10,000 meter distance. But yeah, Abhishek Pal really dominating the Indian men's race this morning, and announcing himself as one of the top distance runners in India.
Yes, he indeed is the man to watch out for now, because remember, Kiran Matre had an event record of 29 minutes 32 seconds, the defending champion. But we've got a new champion and we've got a new event record here by Abhishek Pal. But this is how it all panned out in the international elite men, and this is how Cheptegei finished the course.
A total domination there by Joshua Cheptegei, returning to the streets of Bengaluru after his international debut in 2014, where he finished second, turning that second place into a win. He is adding yet another event accolade to his name, as we see the top three there with some of the dignitaries. And that was Simon Emmanuel, the youngster on the far right of the picture from Eritrea, who has really announced himself on the global stage. And Vincent Langat, the fastest athlete over 10 kilometers this year so far in terms of this field in action today, closing off that podium spot.
All right, we've got our new champions. We also have a new event record from the Indian elite men. But we'll take a short break here. On the other side of the break, there's plenty of action that continues. But as we slide into another break, here is another event ambassador, former event ambassador, who tells us a bit more about the TCS World 10K. program volume. No program volume. Can't hear her.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
We will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch, our aim is fight this match.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा. हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और सोनी लिव पर.
As the fight for the trophy reaches its climax, the Italians, the Spanish, the French, and the English.
London, oh London, it's a way to be here. London.
They are all in each other's way. Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1, Tuesday 29th April, 11:30 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This is my squad.
Watch Formula E, Monaco E-Prix, Saturday 3rd May 6 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level.
Bilal Muhammad.
He's one of the greatest to ever do it.
Jack Della Maddalena.
He has dynamite in his hands.
This woman is an assassin.
Valentina Shevchenko.
A legend in the game.
Manon Fiorot.
She is a force to be reckoned with.
The Octagon has returned to the north.
Watch UFC 350, Sunday 11th May 5:30 a.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Breaking news from the world of football as the biggest names in the game are heading to the Russian-Saudi Pro League.
I'm numero uno, you know, the original king. I'm a sumo, no game, you old, I'm nouveau. Look down from high, so you know. That's why hail to the king. Come on, all hail to the king.
Watch the next big thing in football, the Russian-Saudi Pro League, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. This is the Bundesliga, where precision meets passion. On the field, unmatched precision. In the stands, unstoppable passion. This perfect symphony, on and off the field, makes the Bundesliga the true home of precision football. Catch all the Bundesliga action every weekend, only on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This is my squad.
Watch Formula E, Monaco E-Prix, Saturday 3rd May 6 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
इंडियन टीम घर में शेर हैं, बाहर मेमने.
You are called dull dogs.
Bairstow said something, Kohli's gone back.
ये वर्ड सुन खुलवाते हैं. इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा और रिजल्ट भी. जमीन तुम्हारी है बेशक, लेकिन जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर.
Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1. Arsenal versus PSG. Tuesday, 29th April, 11:30 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Breaking news from the world of football as the biggest names in the game are heading to the Russian-Saudi Pro League.
I'm numero uno, you know, the original king, I'm a sumo. No game, you old, I'm nouveau. Look down from high, so you know. Let's fly hail to the king. Come on. All hail to the king.
Watch the next big thing in football, the Russian-Saudi Pro League. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level.
Padella Maddalena is a straight-up killer.
This is going to be a phenomenal fight.
We are loaded at UFC 315.
Watch UFC 350, Sunday, 11th May, 5:30 a.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
Swagat ko Zahor Karengi Apka.
And we will also give you
Bahut Sara Pyar. But on the pitch,
It's not a joke to beat England, isn't it?
Bahut Maza Ayega.
on Sony Sports Network.
And in this fight, this match is...
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
Hamze Panga. Hamze Panga.
Hamze Panga.
Amari Pitchpar.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports.
Sony Sports Network.
और सोनी लिव पर.
Hello and welcome back to the 17th edition of the TCS World 10K event, and this morning has been rather spectacular. Some fierce competition in the streets of Bengaluru. We have a new champion in the elite men, also an Abhishek Pal who set a new event record in the elite women. Sanjeevani Jadhav comes in and clinches the throne yet again, but a new champion in the international elite women. Sara, of course, there clinches the throne, and of course the Open 10K still on. Alongside, I've got Kieran Walker as well as, hello sir, welcome. We've got a Major General VT Matthew, the GCO commanding officer here in Karnataka and the Kerala sub-area. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say that the Indian Army has had such a spectacular impact in the sport of distance running. First of all, you must be very proud, and just considering the elite setup that the Indian Army has, how far do you see the sport going in the country?
First of all, congratulations to Procam and for excellent conduct of the TCS 10K. This is the second time that we have been associated in giving our venue for start of the event, and we are proud to be part of this. The Indian Army takes physical fitness very seriously, and in fact it's part of our culture to run, and our day always starts with a run. So therefore, anywhere where there is sport, where there is physical activity, we are proud to be associated with such activity. And here we are, a number of our runners are participating in today's event. I hope some of them do podium finishes as well.
066982164 पर मिस्ड कॉल देकर सब्सक्राइब कीजिए। डबल एक्साइटमेंट
Are the Indian women now? Interestingly, we had our eyes on, of course, this lady in pink, Bharti Jain, but there was a certain Sanjeevani Jadhav who was rather ahead of her, and she, in the news that we've got, is the one who's finished the race on top. So here are the Indians. You've got a Sanjeevani Jadhav who's finished with a timing of 34 minutes 16 seconds, and then comes Bharti Jain, 35 minutes 36 seconds, and a Poonam Sanune from of course finishes with 35 minutes 57 seconds, followed by Ravina and Reenu and Sonika Parmar. So Sanjeevani Jadhav, the defending champion, comes back and clinches the glory and throne yet again. And this is how the elite men race kicked off. And Joshua Cheptegei was coming back to Bengaluru from 2014 and finishes off in the podium in some style.
Yeah, the men's race kicking off at 6:08. We had the official pacemaker there, that was Dolphin Chalimo, always glancing at his watch. He was tasked to take the field through at 13:45 through the 5 kilometer mark, but unfortunately he didn't manage to stay on. Gabriel Gai, the Tanzanian, the tall Tanzanian in the white vest on the left-hand side of the picture, taking up that unofficial pacing duty. But as they made their way through towards the 8 kilometer mark, it was all about Joshua Cheptegei, who was returning to the streets of Bengaluru, where he started his career back in 2014. Dominant victory over that final stage ahead of the youngster, that was Emmanuel from Eritrea, with Kenya's Vincent Langat just pipping out Gabriel Gai for that final podium spot. But as we see there, Joshua Cheptegei, our victor, in 27 minutes and 53 seconds, adding yet another accolade to his stellar international career. Same on Emmanuel from Eritrea, that's second place, 27 minutes and 55 seconds, with Langat, the fastest man on paper in this year so far, getting that podium final spot just ahead of Gabriel Gai. Janberu Sisse getting better from last year, that ninth turning into fourth. But the Indian men, it was all about Abhishek Paul. We thought that there was going to be quite a strong challenge there by the athlete we see just behind him, which was Barwal, the athlete in great form this year, running sub 29 minutes at the national championships there. But Abhishek Paul was all on his own, and the question would be not would he get that Indian victory, but could he get under the course record?
And well, he very much did. He sets a new event record. Remember, Kiran Mhatre was also participating, the defending champion, who set a record of 29 minutes 32 seconds. But it's Abhishek Paul who sets the new event record. Remember, in the race, he was at some point competing with Stephen Kissa on the course, but you've got a new champion here in the form of Abhishek Paul, a dominant victory there, a strong finish, followed by, of course, you've got the man from the Indian Army, Savan Barwal, who finishes a close second. But Abhishek Paul just will be very happy just the way things panned out for him. Here are the results. Look at the timing there. 29 minutes, 12 seconds, breaks and shatters Kiran Mhatre's record of 29 minutes, 32 seconds. Savan Barwal, of course, 29 minutes, 45 seconds. And Kiran Mhatre, the defending champion, finishes third in 2025 with 30 minutes and a second to go. But the man sitting here in the studio with us, Major General V.T. Matthew, will be very happy with the results. The fact that the man from the Indian Army comes second is Savan Barwal.
Extremely happy. I'm sure that next time he will be the first in this event, and more runners will be inspired by Mhatre's this achievement. I congratulate him and congratulate the Army as well for this.
Right, sir, we were talking about the fact that the Indian Army has given so much to the sport of distance running. You spoke about Milkha Singh, now the new generation athlete in Savan Barwal. But what does a race like this, the TCS World 10K, how big is this platform for athletes that come from the Indian Army to showcase their talent?
Yes, of course, Indian Army athletes get an opportunity to run at various international events. In fact, you would have seen that we have been participating in many Ironman events abroad, many of the runs abroad as well. Even in India, in each of the marathon events, Indian Army is a major participant. So this platform is very important for us, for our boys, to prove their worth and to get a podium finish is even more important. But there are a number of others who are not part of the podium finish, but running just for the sake of running. And there are a number of them who are even retired veterans who are participating in this event. So I'm sure that this is a major platform for us to showcase and just to participate and enjoy the feel of running on the streets of Bengaluru.
But from what you've seen, what does the future hold like for the sport in India?
This is tremendous. You've seen how it has happened in Bengaluru. Last time the numbers were lesser. This time they had to stop the registration to avoid larger crowds from coming in. I am sure the sport has got tremendous potential, and every year number of cities are being added to the running events, and every place you find. In fact, the Indian Army itself is organizing in a number of our remote areas such runs, participating as part of it and also helping organize these events. And I'm sure the future is bright for running events in India.
Right. Well, sir, thank you so much for joining us. It has been it indeed has been a pleasure to have you here. And of course, kudos to the Indian Army for everything that they're doing for the sport. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best and wish the event a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, just like the Indian Army for sure, here in the sport of distance running, also at the TCS World at 10K event, we're setting new benchmarks. Let's show you some of the pacers who are leading the way here in the open 10K. And there is a certain pacer that we've got our eyes on. It is Divya Madhia, who is leading the 75-minute bus here. We explained what the bus is. It is, of course, the role of a pacer we've discussed. But just speaking about Divya Madhia herself, well, she's a baker for the last 25 years as a profession. She owns a bakery in Coorg. And talking about her running journey, well, she started running in 2020 during COVID to deal with thyroid and certain health issues that she was suffering from. Running became her therapy itself, her passion and her daily routine, all of it intertwined. She lives on a coffee estate in Coorg and even trains during the monsoons. So she's dedicated to the sport here. And the TCS World 10K experience, of course, in 2020, she participated in the virtual TCS 10K. In 2022, she became the official pacer for the 60-minute bus. 2022, again, also part of the all-women 68-minute pacer squad. And here in 2024, pacing the 75-minute bus and doing the same here in 2025. We take a short break here. You stay tuned. We've seen plenty so far since the morning at the TCS World 10K, but we ain't done yet.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
We will also give you
बहुत सारा प्यार.
but on the pit.
Our aim is fight this match.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा. हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
England versus India 20 June से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और Sony Live पर.
As the fight for the trophy reaches its climax, the Italians, the Spanish, the French, and the English.
London, oh London, it's the way to be here. London.
They are all in each other's way. Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals Leg 1, Tuesday 29th April, 11:30 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level.
Bilal Muhammad is one of the greatest to ever do it. Jack Della Maddalena.
He has dynamite in his hands.
This woman is an assassin. Valentina Shevchenko.
A legend in the game.
Manon Bureau. She is a force to be reckoned with. The Octagon has returned to the north.
Watch UFC 350, Sunday, 11th May, 5:30 a.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This is my squad. From 6 races, absolutely amazing from Stanford!
Watch Formula E, Monaco E-Prix, Saturday 3rd May 6 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Breaking news from the world of football as the biggest names in the game are heading to the Russian-Saudi Pro League.
The original king, I'm a sumo. No game, you old, I'm nouveau. Look down from high, so you know. Let's fly hail to the king. Come on. All hail to the king.
Watch the next big thing in football, the Russian-Saudi Pro League. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
At 7:03 a.m. here in India, and what we've seen so far from the very beginning at 5:30 a.m. when the elite women race kicked off is sheer dominance, sheer willpower, and a lot more action, more than we've ever witnessed. We've come a long way in the sport of long distance running from 2008 to 2025. Of course, not just in terms of what the athletes bring on the table, but the initiatives, our association with sustainability, the causes that the athletes are running for here. And of course, the Open 10K is still on. I've got Kyun Walker here in the studio with us. And Kyun, just to talk about the kind of morning we've witnessed so far, if you had to define it in one word, what is that one word that comes to your mind?
One word to come to the mind, Joshua Cheptegei.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah Chelangat as well.
That's
we have to be 2 words, yeah. Or Cheptegei, Chelangat. I think, they made brilliant races this morning, but also in the Indian race, we saw in both the women's race a real upset there that we didn't actually get to see. Sanjavani Jadhav, she started really, really fast. And we thought that the other athlete was leading, only for her to actually finish second. But, in the men's race, new event record, what more could we ask for?
Indeed. But, there's so many viewers who've tuned in to our broadcast today. And say if you're an amateur runner and you're wondering what a 10K feels like. But why don't I give you some perspective into what a 10K is like, comparisons that can happen for 10K, and also how much has it come through? What has kind of the evolution been of this particular distance of 10K? Here is everything. Here's a download that you need to know if you're an amateur wanting to participate in the 10K, and probably next year we'll see you around.
Imagine running 25 laps of the track at Kanteerava Stadium, or the length of the Bengaluru football stadium 91 times. That's the standard 10-kilometer distance for you. And completing it under 45 minutes will put you in the top 5% of the world's fastest 10K runners ever. A 10-kilometer race is the road running equivalent of the 10,000 meters track and field Olympic event. While the 10,000 is the official Olympic distance introduced at the Games in 1912. The non-Olympic years across US and Europe saw the growth of the 6-miler road race Dai, the 10K, as a popular phenomenon. Initially a race dominated by the Finnish and Americans, like Paavo Nurmi and Prefontaine. The 1970s saw the East Africans sweep through titles at the 6-mile distance, much like the precedent set by Ethiopian Abebe Bikila at the marathon. Over half a century later, the 10K has been institutionalized the world over as a standard road running distance, with the East African cousins still dominating the distance. A World Athletics gold label, 10K, like the TCS World 10K, represents the perfect middle distance challenge. For the pro athletes, it is a chance to clock breathtaking speeds. For the beginners looking to take on longer distances, it is the apt rite of passage into serious distance running. From From the first step to the finish line sprint, the 10K here today is the perfect testament of speed, endurance, and heart.
So just to add to that, 10K is probably the sweet spot of distance running. In fact, you and here can definitely add more. We know what a marathon is like and what is the kind of prep that is required for that. But say if today an amateur who's watching our broadcast right now is running a 5K or say a 3.5K and wants to shift gears to a 10K, what are the kind of changes that he or she needs to make?
I think, in terms of training, you need to increase your mileage, obviously. Over, say, a 12-week period, if you can do a 5 kilometer at the beginning of that 12-week period, then you've already made it more than halfway to the 10 kilometers distance. As the weeks go on, you slowly but surely add a little bit of mileage, and around 3 weeks before the 10 kilometer event, if you can complete an 8 kilometer successfully, then you're well on your way to becoming a TCS World 10 kilometer Bengaluru finisher.
All right. Well, of course, you've seen a lot of these participants today in the Open 10K, which is still on. But keeping in tradition with, of course, gender equality and women empowerment, there's something different that we've done in 2025, as the Open 10K is led by an all-women squad of pacers. We, of course, got a glimpse of 3 that we are keeping our eyes on, and one of them is Dr. Netra, who's leading the 90-minute bus, and she's also running for a certain cause. Let's get to know the lady a little better.
Namaskara Bengaluru. I'm Dr. Netra Pishuru. I'm a pediatrician by profession, and I'm a long distance runner, cyclist and an Himalayan trekker. Now this year in TCS World 10K, I'll be running as a pacer, 90-minute bus. Now this is my pacing kit. When I say 90-minute bus, what does it exactly mean? So it's nothing but it's just a group of runners who are willing to finish the cross line in around 90 minutes. I will be kind of guiding them, heading them, and we will have a strategy. I'm also running as Pacer for Change, which means I'm running for a cause. So on behalf of Neonatal Foundation of India, this year I'll be running as a Pacer for Change to raise funds to help neonates, which means newborns who are born in a poor family where they find it very difficult to afford for the care of these neonates.
Well, of course, the TCS World 10K is also South Asia's biggest platform for philanthropy. And this is where, of course, our pacers are running for a certain cause, as we just witnessed by Dr. Netra. But just highlighting certain attributes of a good pacer. What are the attributes that a good pacer must have?
I think, a good pacing strategy. If you go out too hard in the beginning, you're going to really pay for it in the second half. And a lot of these pacemakers, they actually can run a lot faster than the pacing time that they're being set out to do. So, giving up their own athletics performances for helping other people, that's a good trait of a pacer. And I must say, it is where all the fun is had in a race. These pacing buses are the biggest groups that you'll see on the road. And yeah, I think good pacing strategy, being a lot faster than you are running for that time, because you don't want a pacer going for a pace of 1 hour, so to speak, but their personal best is only 1 hour, 2 minutes. They're going to be really on the brink of that hard effort that they've put in there. So yeah, if you are a good athlete, much faster than the predicted time that you need to do, and also bringing the happiness and the joy, being vocal, speaking to the athletes, assuring them, we're on pace, guys, slow it down, you're going too fast. So yeah, that will be the good attributes of a pacer.
But if you just have to put into perspective the career of a pacer, especially at the most professional level, say at the Olympics when you're leading a squad of the elite men and the elite women, what is the career like? Is there an age category, and are there certain accolades that a pacer must have?
Yeah, so a lot of the top international races that you'll see will always have pacemakers up front. It's their job to set a specific time for the elites, whether it's a world record, whether it's an event record, or just a world leading time. And a lot of those athletes will, throughout their career, just do pacing jobs because they can earn really good money in terms of appearances and for doing their pacing jobs. But then we also see a lot of the athletes start their careers as pacers and then go on to do greater things. Stephen Kissa from Uganda being one of them himself. He came to Bengaluru over 10 years ago as a pacer, stayed in the race when he was supposed to step off at 5 kilometer, finished on the podium, and he's since gone on to do greater things himself. So also for the pacers, a stepping stone to further progress in their international careers.
Who are some of the best pacemakers in the world?
So there have been quite a lot. You know, back in the day, the Ethiopians around Haile Gebrselassie, Joseph Kimayo comes to mind as well as one of the good pacers around the marathon distances. But it is starting to get harder to get good pacers because the level of competition up front has gotten so good that even during a marathon, you really struggle to find someone that can take them through to the halfway mark, such as the pace that they are running. So it's getting to a stage where the pace that needs to be required is so good that a person up front says, I don't want to be a pacemaker, I want to run the whole way and even earn more money.
Now that's interesting. All right. Now, you know, if Kyun, since Kyun is here, we have to understand the importance of certain running gear, and one of the biggest is the running shoes. Now, Kyun, how does one go about selecting the right shoe according to the curvature of your feet and the impact of it in your career in running?
So running shoes, I would say, is the number one point to start in running. If you've got the wrong shoes, you're going to get injured and you will not enjoy your running. So there's two types of feet. If you look at your arch, if you've got a high arch, that means that you're neutral footed. So literally when you land on the ground, you do a nice toe off, and then if you have a flat arch, it means that you supinate or pronate. So that happens when your foot lands, you roll in, and then you only take off. So an athlete that pronates would need a pronation shoe. So the only difference between the two shoes is when you look at your midsole, if you had to touch your midsole all the way along the inside, it would be soft from the front to the back on a neutral shoe. Then on a pronation shoe, your front section of the shoe will be soft to touch, but it's that back heel part that is really harder, and that stops you from pronating.
Oh wow, that's a lovely insight. I'm going to keep my eyes out for the shoes that the elite athletes here are wearing, especially Savan Barwal, the man from the Indian Army, finishes second today in the Indian elite race, and he speaks to us about his collaboration with ASICS. I'm keeping my eyes out for his shoes.
मेरा नाम सावन बरवाल है। मैं बेसिकली हिमाचल प्रदेश से बिलोंग करता हूँ। फेडरेशन कप एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप में मैंने 10,000 मीटर में मीट रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक किया। एसिक्स के साथ जो मेरा रिलेशन है वो मुझे हेल्प कर रहा है मेरे आने वाले टारगेटों को अचीव करने के लिए। अभी नेक्स्ट टारगेट हमारा एशियन एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप है जो अगले मंथ साउथ कोरिया में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। उसमें इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करके वहाँ से मेडल लाने का प्रयास रहेगा। TCS 10K में 2025 में मैं भाग ले रहा हूँ। इस बार का मेरा टारगेट बेंगलोर 10K में नया कोर्स रिकॉर्ड सेट करने का रहेगा और जो आने वाली जनरेशन को मोटिवेट करता रहे और अच्छे से अच्छा प्रैक्टिस करके उसको ब्रेक करने की ट्राई करे और भारत का नाम नई ऊंचाइयों में ले जा सके।
Well, he finishes second, couldn't set a new event record, but Abhishek Pal has definitely done that. But having said that, Savan Barwal spoke about the shoes, but you're just talking about the kind of injuries that athletes are prone to when you're running distances like 10K or say a half marathon or a full marathon. How do you recover from it?
Yeah, so the types of injuries you can get if you are in the wrong shoes, you can get ITB, which is basically an injury that starts from your glutes and makes its way down to the side of the knee. That's where important things like a neutral shoe or a pronation shoe will stop that from happening. So obviously important to stretch afterwards. If you don't stretch, your muscles get tighter, and that's where more injuries start coming through.
Right. Well, just to make sure that there are no injuries that are happening today, we've got a set of volunteers also. Of course, doctors on the course. We'll take a short break here, but you don't go anywhere as the action continues here at the TCS World 10K event. And you stay tuned. Plenty more to talk about, but we'll be back in a certain jiffy. Dalila, you look very smart.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
And we will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch, our aim is 5 test matches.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा. हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और सोनी लिव पर.
As the fight for the trophy reaches its climax, the Italians, the Spanish, the French, and the English.
London, oh London, it's a way to be here. London.
They are all in each other's way. Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1, Tuesday 29th April, 11:30 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level.
Bilal Muhammad is one of the greatest to ever do it. Jack Della Maddalena.
He has dynamite in his hands.
This woman is an assassin. Valentina Shevchenko.
A legend in the game.
Manon Fiorot. She is a force to be reckoned with. The Octagon has returned to the north.
Watch UFC 350, Sunday, 11th May, 5:30 a.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Watch the Emirates FA Cup semi-finals, Nottingham Forest versus Manchester City, tonight, 8 p.m, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
And we will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch, our aim is 5 test matches.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा. हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और सोनी लिव पर.
Welcome back. Well, 17th edition of the TCS World 10K event is on and about. We already have our winners from the International Elite Women and Men. And now it's my pleasure to introduce you all to our international event ambassador, Dalila Muhammad, ladies and gentlemen. Well, from the streets of New York to an Olympic podium finisher now, right here in the studio with me. Welcome to Bangalore.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, it is a pleasure. It is an honor, actually, to be having you here in the studio. You've been here for a bit now, isn't it? A couple of days?
Yeah, I've been here for a couple of days since Wednesday.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
It's been so exciting. Really, really enjoyed myself.
All right. Well, you kicked off the International Elite Women race and the Indian Elite Women. Take me through what you witnessed.
I think just women just wanting to put on a good show. I was truly just inspired by the women racing, and I'm really just excited and happy that I got to start their race.
Right. If we just had to speak about what you've observed about this event, you've been here for a couple of days. There is a lot of work that has gotten into putting up an event of this stature, but what has really stood out for you?
I think just meeting the people and seeing how many people have come together to make this possible. I definitely got to see behind the scenes, something that I don't normally get to see, and just see the hard work and dedication that the people have put on to make this event possible, and just the community. And that's, for me, has really stood out, just seeing how many people are excited to race and just really want to put fitness and health at the forefront.
Right, but also, it's such a huge platform, not just to put fitness in the forefront, but so many initiatives. a lot of young fundraisers that you've had an opportunity to speak to. How exciting it is to see what youngsters are envisioning for the world and using platforms like this to showcase their talent and raise funds for a better cause.
Yeah, it's been so just kind of overwhelming, honestly, and how inspiring that's been to meet people that are raising money for this event. It's really just truly inspired me to want to do more. I've met young people, I think they raised about $30,000, and I just couldn't even imagine at 8 years old they were capable of such feats. So just seeing things like that, just hearing their stories, and it's just been really, really inspirational.
Well, Dalila, you're an inspiration for so many, and we will get back to, of course, your journey there. But talking about journeys, remember the IDFC First Bank journey from the start has a special series. It's called the Mentor Series. And in this Mentor Series, we bring to you stories about certain individuals who took on to the sport of running, but went ahead, they took a step forward and got others in their wing and changed the course for them. And here is one such story.
At 62, most slow down. Sushil Bhasin had just laced up. But his biggest victories weren't the finish lines he crossed next as a runner. It was the thousands he helped kickstart their own running journeys as a coach. The fear of opinions had held Sushil back for long. No wonder his foray into running began in the dark, when there was no one watching to judge. Slowly, one step grew into two and ultimately went beyond 42 kilometers. As beginner runners expressed an interest in training with him as a coach, Sushil was able to channel his fears to help his trainees overcome theirs. With his help, they unlocked a newfound confidence, self-belief, and purpose. If running helped Sushil overcome his own limiting beliefs, helping others to their own milestones is what gave him true fulfillment, proving that the hardest race isn't the one you run, but the fight just to make it to the start.
That's our special mentor series, and that is truly inspiring. Sushil Bhasin, at the age of 62, not just, of course, breaking shackles for himself, but also setting new, breaking the limitations for others as well, giving them a new perspective to life. What did you make of that story, and how important it is to have a coach?
Oh, I think it's so important. I think my coach has been my #1 role model and my #1 mentor. And he really has just truly pushed me and been able to push me beyond what I thought was even possible. So I think that relationship is so important, and it's really just empowered me to really push beyond my limits.
But Dalila, you're a professional, so, the fact that you have a coach is a given. But the fact that, amateur runners, especially what we see here today in the Open 10K, because running looks like such a simple sport, sometimes you don't even need a shoe because you're just running barefoot. But it is not as simple as it looks like. So for amateurs, what is your pro tip? Why is a coach needed there? What is the kind of difference that they can bring into your course and your journey with running?
I think for me, the biggest tip is it really just keeps you accountable. I think for me, running can be so difficult to kind of just stay consistent. So when you're training and out there every day, it really helps to just have somebody there with you that's going through that process and really just keeping you accountable for, training and staying on pace.
All right. Well, since we are on coaches, here is another story from a mentor series by the IDFC First Bank. Another human who came on to the sport of running, took it in his stride, but also went a step forward and changed the course for many he got under his wings.
Intrigued by the sport of distance running, Bengaluru-based graphic designer Vinay Krishnamurthy ran his first TCS World 10K back in 2012. But a sudden ACL tear, coupled with unstructured training, made matters worse. And so began a runner's journey to the start of a life as a coach, where wisdom was earned the hard way. Over the last decade, every finish line winner crossed became the start line for countless others who started training with him. Every injury or setback he endured taught Vinay resilience, testing, failing and rebuilding so that he could guide others with compassion. He wasn't just chasing his own goals anymore. He was building others up to achieve theirs. The relationships he developed shaped him. The purpose was now clearly to help others achieve their full potential as runners, something he missed out on years ago. From running his first 10K in 90 minutes to aspiring to break the 38-minute barrier, to training those even faster than him. Coach Vinay has come a long way, but his mantra, as always, is never to run fast, but to run wise. Wisdom that the mentor now passes on to every mentee he crosses paths with.
Well, this is our special mentor series. Vinay Krishnamurthy, of course, breaking the shackles of forgettable past for himself, setting new perspectives for everyone who comes under his wings, the mentor there. But Dalila, personally, the sport of running, what are the kind of limitations has it broken for you?
Oh, I think, it's just really opened up so many doors for me. I think just the sport itself has just been so rewarding, and I've gotten to travel the world and just really meet new people and even try new cuisine. I think for me, it's really just empowered something within, deep within, and I really just love kind of giving back, and I want everyone to have that experience.
Right, being an Olympian yourself, there are so many sporting communities, and it's interesting to see how one sporting community is so different from the other. What is special about a running community?
I think it's just kind of bringing people together, like-minded people together that share different backgrounds and are able to just kind of unite for the love of running. I think run clubs are just so important to bring communities together. And for me, when I used to train and go into training as an early athlete, it was really just about hanging out with my friends. So I just love that aspect that running brings, just friendship and just the joy of love for running.
All right, well, I'm going to dive a little more about your journey here in Bengaluru and talk about your favorite cuisine here. But we get there because Kyun there is already on the streets having a lot of fun. And this is a special edition that we bring to you about fun and games. It's called Breaking Carbs. Let's go to Kyun and see what he's got in store for us.
And we did mention earlier on the broadcast that we did have something special planned for you. I had the comfort of watching two amazing elite races this morning on the streets of Bengaluru from the comfort of a studio. But I couldn't come all the way to Bengaluru without getting amongst the action here. And we're doing our first Breaking Carbs insert. And I've got two athletes here with me. Morning, sir. Your name?
Jason.
Jason. And your name, sir?
Ajay.
And both of these athletes have run the 10-kilometer event this morning. I did mention that your finishing line doesn't end at the finish line. It's going to finish here. And the first challenge that we have for you is how many squats can you do in 30 seconds? There will be a small prize for the winner. Are you guys ready? Still have enough energy left from the 10-kilometer? All right. Got my assistant here with the stopwatch who will start it off for us. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Come on, guys, quicker, quicker. I know you can go faster than that. 20 seconds left. Faster, faster, guys. Get lower. 10 seconds to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's announce the champion here. You guys can stand both next to me. And our winner. Well done, Jason.
Okay, thank you.
And back to you, Ridima, in the studio.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to come back to the studio, Kyunis, because I want to know how many squats can you do in 30 seconds, because that'll be interesting to see. But what did you make of that challenge? How many squats can you do in 30 seconds, Dalila?
I mean, I think they both have me beat, so. But no, I think that's just amazing. It definitely is good seeing people getting fit. I think I could do maybe about 20.
20. But, you know, just take me through a workout regime of a track and field athlete. Is it a lot of weight training? Is it a lot of cardio? What is the difference between these two?
I think for track athletes, the training looks completely different depending on what event that you do. Me personally, as a 400-meter hurdler, I do a little bit of everything. There's cardio, there's a lot of strength training and sprint training and hurdling.
Right. Is there a specific routine that you followed just before the Olympics?
Yeah, I think for me it's just really kind of working on the speed, and I really focus a lot on hurdle technique as well as just doing a lot of Olympic lifts, and that's all of them, from like cleans, hang cleans, snatches. We're big on the Olympic lifts.
You make it sound really easy, Dalila. You're literally making it sound like just another thing, another day. But take me through the diet and the importance of it, and how does it affect your timing?
Yeah, the diet I think is definitely important. I think for me, it's not even a diet at this point. It's just like a lifestyle. And that's just really kind of just keeping things balanced. And for me, it's, you know, a lot of protein in the morning, carbs, not super big on the carbs, but definitely carbs help you refuel. So I'm definitely following that. Kind of, me, a typical breakfast would be maybe something like an egg omelet, and maybe a piece of bread, and I love coffee, so definitely have coffee in the morning. But yeah, I'm just really focusing on just like refueling the body and putting food in my body that helps me perform well.
But is there an aspect of carbs loading just before a race?
Yeah, I think so, but I think it's more so for distance athletes. So for sprinters, we're not so really focused on the carb loading. We're just not running that long. And when you're not running that amount of distance, you don't necessarily need it. Your body doesn't go into those deficits. So for me, not so big on the carb loading, but definitely if I was a distance athlete, I would.
All right. Well, with that, let me introduce you all to our third leg of the broadcast here. It's Shruti. And since it's a celebration and a festival here in Bengaluru, she's there with the cheer squads. It's over to you, Shruti.
Nama Bengaluru, I'm here with the squad that is cheering up all the athletes. My question to you girlies is, what is your biggest inspiration this morning that you've come here to inspire all our athletes?
Our club is Running Road Ace Club, and this is my third year in a row. And not only here, we supported Procam in Delhi, Mumbai as well. And the biggest inspiration is our team, our Bengaluru people, and obviously our weather, and so many things. And love to serve more and further things.
And if I had to ask you, if you had to name a movie telling about this situation, what would you name that movie? It has to be a Bollywood movie.
This would be a toughest question. You should answer that.
It has to be a Bollywood movie.
Any movie. Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara.
That is absolutely true. Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. Over to you, studio.
Well, thank you so much, Shruti. Well, of course, it is getting really exciting. You've got the open 10K that's on, but more importantly, the cheer squads that you see has a lot of volunteers also in it. Remember, there are 94 run clubs here in Bengaluru, which makes it the running capital of India. 10 of those clubs are here who are handling the Bisleri stations. They are at the salt and chicky stations. They are out there to help the athletes, and of course, also a part of the cheer squad. But in the cheer squad, you also have an orchestra by the Indian Army. So they're going to drop in the beat just as they get going this morning. But Dalila, just the importance of the fans for the sport of running and the growing population of the fans of this sport, if you could just put that into perspective from the context of the world.
I think we need it. The fans bring such an energy that really just gets you going, and when you have a rowdy crowd or a crowd that's excited, it really just kind of pushes you to just want to be at your best and to really perform really well and kind of go beyond your limits. So the importance of a crowd is just so amazing, and just having the fans and just feeling that support, it really makes a difference.
It really does. Well, Kyun is there out there with the fans and some athletes, and Kyun has got another one of those breaking carbs episode for us. Back to you, Kyun.
Well, we are having a lot of fun here at the venue of the TCS Bangalore World 10 kilometer, and right now we are on our second fun episode of Breaking Carbs, and I'm joined by another two gentlemen here. Your name, sir, and where are you from?
My name is Satyendra Kumar. I'm from Calcutta.
And your name, sir, and where are you from?
Manish Kumar. I'm from UP.
And you both had a good run today?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are being the selected two to do our next challenge. I'm sure you both know what this is. The Munnab. And your challenge is going to be the fastest to put it on within 30 seconds. I'll get you guys prepared to start here. And on 3, on the countdown, you both ready? All right. Going in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Going fast there, guys. 10 seconds already. 20 seconds to go. We might have a clear champion here already. And there we have our winner. With still 10 seconds to go. Well done, sir. Not only winning on the streets of Bengaluru this morning, but here on stage as well today. You win a prize, and do some. Can you do some jumping jacks for us? Yeah. Have you got enough energy? All right. Yeah, you can try. Yeah. All right. Let's see if you can do 10. 1 for every kilometer that you've done today. Yeah, jumping jacks, yeah, while wearing it. It is a bit of a challenge. That's why it's Breaking Carbs. Okay, you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, that was really fast. How fast did you run the 10 kilometer today?
Around 40 minutes.
Oh, well done. Great fun that we are having here at Breaking Carbs, and very much fun at the 2025 Bangalore World 10 kilometer.
You're getting really creative out there. And I want to see you in one of those veshtis as you walk into the studio. So if you're listening to me, get one of them when you walk in here, is because we're going to make you do that challenge for sure. But talking about Indian traditional attire, I saw you in a sari, the press conference. Where did you get that from?
I did. I went shopping. I just really wanted to wear one, and it's just such a beautiful garment.
It indeed is, and you looked stunning. But what did you make of it?
It's just stunning. I think it is. It's beautiful. It was
tough to wear, though.
I had 2 people put it on for me, but I'll definitely for the next time kind of figure out how to do it on my own.
All right. Well, we'll dwell a little more into that. But once again, another story from a mentor series. Because you see, a right mentor can not just ignite a career, but it can ignite a whole new motivation towards life. And here's a story of a man called Sukanthu Roy, who became a student to a mentor. And here's a story from Journey to the Start.
The right mentors don't just train, they transform. When corporate professional Sukanthu Roy decided to take running seriously, it led him to India's most beloved coach, Savio D'Souza. From student to runner, and then to coach himself, Sukanthu began sharing what he'd once sought: guidance, grit, and the gift of consistency. As corporate India laced up, Sukanthu became the coach behind some of the country's fastest running executives. His philosophy? Discipline over motivation. Long runs, speed work, and recovery. Repeated, refined, respected. And just like his mentor, he helped build a thriving corporate running community by sharing all that he learned selflessly. They say when the student is ready, the teacher appears. But sometimes when the teacher is ready, they create a movement, a ripple effect to inspire every next journey to the start.
Well, if you're looking for inspiration, look no further. Everything that we've witnessed so far since the morning, but also just the journey that the TCS World 10K has had since 2008 to 2025. And then, of course, stories like this, our mentor series. Now, we were talking about the importance of a coach. We spoke about how injury prone you are in a sport like this and how a good coach can sort of make you safe. But just talking about how does a coach train you emotionally in the sport? What was the best advice that you received?
I think they just keep you focused and they kind of keep empowering you and telling like you can do things. I think for me, I've faced so many injuries in this sport and sometimes those things are just kind of inevitable. But my coach, for one, has really just kind of told me that these moments are going to pass and that the body heals and that you can keep going. So I think for me, it's just really a way to stay grounded in the sport.
Was there a point in your career where you wanted to give up?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think we all kind of face those challenges. And for me, it's been almost a roller coaster of emotions and just those ups and downs. There's, been many times in my career where I wanted to call it quits. But I think for me, it's just really been, I love it so much. And I think I have such a good support system and such a good support team that have really helped me during those low moments.
Right, you see, that's what a champion is. Not like a champion doesn't feel like giving up, but the fact that champion just still keeps going is what makes them so elite. Well, with that, let's go back to Q and let's see what he's got for us.
And we are continuing to have fun here at the TCS Bengaluru World 10 kilometer. And if running 10 kilometers was not enough, we have 3 energetic young men here who will do our next breaking carbs challenge. So your name, sir?
Vishwa from Tonku Road Runners.
And your name?
Ex-serviceman Ramaraju from Visakha Trail Running Association, Vetra.
And your name, sir?
Teju from Hyderabad.
Nice to meet all of you. Your challenge for today, the most burpees in 30 seconds. You all know what a burpee is? Do you have enough energy left from your 10 kilometer? Okay, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of space. And on 3, 2, 1, let's go. Come guys, let's get quicker. I know you guys are all friends, but there's no friends in challenges. 20 seconds to go. Let's get quicker, guys. Yeah, let's see some better form there. 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up. Let me look at my judge for the winner. And you are the winner, sir. Well done. How did that feel?
Thank you. Very excitement. This winning championship is dedicated to ex-serviceman from Indian Army. Thank you so much.
Well, I think we do have a winner, but all 3 of you are going to be gifted with some official merchandise from the event. That was a really great effort. Let me get some prizes here for you. Well done, sir. It's for you. Well, 10 kilometers wasn't enough for these gentlemen, and great performance here from Breaking Carbs. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Kyun is keeping very tough out there. You've done squats, you've done burpees, you've done jumping jacks. What's next is what I'm looking forward to, but that is a proper high-intensity workout.
No, it is indeed. I think burpees is actually my least favorite exercise that we do, so I know how tough it can be and the intensity of it.
What is the maximum number of burpees you've done in one session?
I think honestly as a punishment once we had about 100, but that was long ago in college.
Oh, all right. Well, 100 burpees. All right. But what did you make of the 3 of them? How well did they perform, especially after running? So these are the participants of the Open 10K run. So they've just finished a 10K run, and then Kyun has made them do all these burpees. What do you make of that?
That's crazy, and I think they did amazing, all 3 of them. Burpees is such a hard exercise. Enough is on its own, and to do it after a 10K is really impressive.
It really is. Well, there are plenty of things that are impressive about the TCS World 10K event here in Bengaluru. One, of course, is the fact that since it's the largest stage in South Asia for philanthropy, ever since its inception, it's been able to raise 55 crores. Yes, that's the kind of money it's been able to raise, and this year is no different. There are 250 individual fundraisers, some of them very young, that Dalila caught up with. Here's a glimpse.
If you be kind, then you will also get that kindness.
Procam and 8Bs are doing a great job. They're raising funds for different organizations and helping out a lot of people. And right now, I'm raising funds for Each One Educate One, which funds for students' MBBS degree.
Wow, they are rather young. Some of them are 9 years old, and just the causes that they stand for, the money that they've been able to raise, kudos to their effort. Dalila, what was your experience like with them?
Oh, they were just all amazing, and they were all so inspiring. I thought that was just amazing, the amount of money that they were able to raise for such important causes. It's been really just kind of eye-opening to see how many people use running to really support something much bigger.
Also, we're at such an interesting place in the world, is where the need for the awakening for climate change, sustainability, and of course the environment has never been more graver. And to see generations coming in, someone as young as the boy that we just saw, to come in for such causes, be aware of what's going on in the world, that is special to see that the world is actually going in the right hands now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've been to multiple track meets in the past year that no longer even use water bottles. So I think something like that, just having like stations where you can refill your one water bottle, just made such a difference. It's small impacts, but it can make such a huge difference around the world.
It indeed is, and the TCS World 10K is at the forefront of it. Is because here it's 100% waste managed, zero to landfill. We'll speak about it, but before that, Kyun, what have you got for us? He's getting rather creative. We've seen it all. We've seen burpees. We've seen jumping jacks. What's next?
Well, we are continuing to have fun at the TCS World 10 Kilometer Bengaluru. And as if running 10 kilometer was not enough, I have found some more willing participants. They are not from Bengaluru. They've made the trek here. Your name, sir, and where are you from?
I'm Venugopal. I am from Palakollu Runners, West Godavari, Andhra Pradesh.
And your name, sir, and where are you from?
SVS Prasad, Kakinada Runners from East Godavari.
Nice to meet you. And you, sir?
I'm Sandeep Ranga from Haryana. I am doing job here, and I also registered for Procam Slam.
Very awesome. Procam Slam, remember that, doing all of the different distances in the series. Okay, guys, so you have run 10 kilometers this morning. Your finish did not end at the finish line. It's going to end right here on breaking carbs. I want to see how many high knee lifts you can do within 30 seconds. I've got the stopwatch. I'll count you down from 3, 2, 1. And my assistant will be the judge to see who is the winner here. You guys ready? You got the energy? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Come on, guys, higher, higher, higher. I want to see some pace. We saw Joshua Cheptegei running a very fast 27-minute 10K earlier this morning. I want to see those high knee lifts. My assistant is checking who is the winner. Come on, guys, 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and time. I think we have a winner here. How did that feel, sir?
Wonderful, amazing. First experience.
So out of breath, but well commended there. I think that although we did pick a winner for this breaking carbs activation, I think all of you guys deserve a round of applause. You've all done well, and all of you are going to be gifted with a gift. There you go, sir. Well done. Great form. Both running 10 kilometers and then high knee lifts here by the guys. But whilst we have fun here down on the ground at the TCS World 10 Kilometer Bengaluru, it's back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you so much, Kiran. But my heart goes out to those athletes there. They've just finished the 10K run. I don't think they've had as many carbs this morning as much they've burned down there because of Kiran. But Dalila, it's been such a pleasure to have you here. Now, you know, of everything that you've witnessed so far this morning of the TCS World 10K event in 2025, when we speak about the major marathons across the world and events like this, like a Boston or Berlin, where do you rank the Bengaluru TCS World 10K?
Oh, I think it's at the top. I think it's just just been so amazing. The efficiency that the event has put on, as well as just seeing the people and how much people love going out there and running. I just got to be at the start of the race and witness those almost seemed like 1 million people passing by, and them all just being super excited. And yeah, it's definitely at the top.
All right, well, so you're an inspiration to so many. Is there something that you'd like to say to our Indian viewers?
Yeah, just hello, thank you. I'm honestly honored to be here, and I'm honored that you guys welcomed me with such open arms, and I think running is amazing. I want everyone to experience that. So yeah, just keep going out there and having fun.
Thank you. Well, we've had so much fun with you, and of course, take a sari back home for sure. Well, I'll get you one. We'll take a short break here, but you don't go anywhere as the fun, the celebration, and the festivities continue here at the TCS World 10K event. Well, we'll be back in a jiffy right after this short break.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवा दें.
We will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch, our aim is fight this match.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा. हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और सोनी लिव पर.
Six winners from 6 races. Absolutely amazing from Southern.
Watch Formula E, Monaco E-Prix, Saturday 3rd May 6 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Breaking news from the world of football as the biggest names in the game are heading to the Russian Saudi Pro League.
I'm numero uno, you know, the original king. I'm a sumo, no game, you old, I'm nouveau. Look down from high, so you know. It's right hail to the king. Come on, all hail to the king.
What's the next big thing in football? The Russian Saudi Pro League. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level. Bilal Muhammad. He's one of the greatest to ever do it. And the legend goes on. Jack Della Maddalena. He has dynamite in his hands. This woman is an assassin. Valentina Shevchenko. A legend in the game. The legend goes on. Manon Fiorot. She is a force to be reckoned with. The Octagon has returned to the north.
Watch UFC 350, Sunday 11th May 5:30 a.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
As the fight for the trophy reaches its climax, the Italians, the Spanish, the French, and the English.
London, oh London, it's a way to be here. London.
They are all in each other's way. Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals Leg 1, Tuesday 29th April, 11:30 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Such a party out there. The atmosphere is fantastic. It's vibrant. It's colourful. Everybody's so excited. So nobody on the stage was really kind of bouncing around like a lunatic apart from myself, but I was in it to win it, and the crowd were connecting with me. So it was totally fun.
Well, we're just walking down the memory lane listening from all our international event ambassadors that we've had in the past of the TCS, a World 10K event here in Bengaluru. All right, I'm joined by two guests here in the studios. I've got Kyun, who's back from his breaking carbs episodes that he's had with the Open 10K athletes. He hasn't lost any weight. He doesn't need to. But he made sure that after the athletes ran a 10K, they drop a few kgs. But along with that, we also have with us Narayan TV, the MD and CEO of IDFC First Bank. Welcome, sir.
Morning.
So, good morning.
Yes.
It is an incredible morning here in Bengaluru. Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Yes, of course I have. Thank you so much for having me here.
Well,
I represent the marketing side of things. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, but more importantly, IDFC First Bank, it's a financial institution. And I really have to know from you that is there any parallel between financial discipline and long distance running?
Of course there is. I mean, and thank you for asking that. See, financial discipline is about, consistency and rigor, and I believe running is about that too, right? So it's and that's why if you take any long distance running, unlike a sprint, where you have to actually pace yourself up for speed. I think both of these go hand in hand in the sense that, it's about taking the first step, keeping at it. It's about determination and grit, right, over a period of time. So the amount of grit you're able to bring in daily is very important. So financial discipline is also about that. It's not about making erratic decisions today, hoping for gains tomorrow, and then you're done. So it's about staying true to the purpose, coming in day and day out, doing what is right for you, building a corpus over a period of time. So is the case with fitness and, running.
That's very interesting, yeah.
Well, runners always, embody a positive voice for social change for good. How have you seen this event as a voice for social good over the years?
So, see, let's talk about IDFC first for a second. So, one of the pillars of the bank is actually social good, right? So, ethical, digital, and social good are the three pillars of the bank. So, an event of this kind is able to actually bring together people from all walks of life. You have champions with disability, you have the young and the old participating, you have women, the participation is up by 30%. So, to that extent, being a part of this association helps us put forth the message that, the bank is here for good. We believe in a cause like this. The fact that it is an inclusive sport that is able to bring together people, and it's not spectatorial, right? So you have to put in the hard yards to actually be a part of this. So inclusion in any form is always a good thing. So we are very proud to be a part of this.
And this is such a huge platform for inclusion. And of course, you spoke about champions with disability. Our third pillar here of the broadcast, Shruti, has one such champion with her.
Are you all ready? Hey, come on! ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜೋಶ್ ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ. So ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೇವರೇಟ್ ಹಾಡುಗಳನ್ನೇ ಹಾಕ್ತಿರೋದು. When we talk about the problems in our lives, it is always to be won over. We are here today with a very special person with me. My question to you is, what does this event mean to you in terms of inclusivity and celebration?
I'm glad to be here. It's pleasure to participate in TCS. I'm excitement and happy to participate in TCS. It's a pleasure to me.
And if you had to give a tip to other people to stay happy and find joy and take over their problems in life, what would that tip be?
We are physically challenged person in physically, not in mentally. So each and every disabled has to come forward and be kind and happy and enjoy themselves, and then we have to be inspired to others.
And over to you, studio.
Thank you so much, Shruti. It's 8 a.m. and the Champions with Disability race has kicked off. And of course, it's just beautiful to see the kind of grit that is on sheer display here. And we were talking about inclusivity. And of course, Mr. Narayan TV is here. And so just before getting into that interview, we were speaking about how financial inclusion is the bedrock of a sport like this, of a participatory sport like this. What kind of a platform does this provide for an inclusive society overall? What is the kind of, how does it lead the way for an inclusive society?
So, I mean, like we said a while back, essentially, the more participation you have from all kinds of people from different walks of life, whether it's, senior citizens, whether it's young children who are making their way into their first race, or just a maja run, right? the fact that they all come together, and the beauty of running in that sense is that sometimes you have one person running from a particular family, but it's the entire family that's cheering you on. So to that extent, it's not just the person who's participating in the sport, but the entire family that's rooting for you, right? So I can't think of anything that can be more inclusive than this. So irrespective of what background you come from, whether you're financially well off, whether you're not, whether you're rich, you're poor, whether you're coming from a different city, a state, a country, you're able to bring together people, and anything that brings together people is always good for the society. You will always see that the society prospers, which is what you would want as a bank also, right? You would want people to do well for themselves. In many ways, a bank facilitates your dreams, like your first car, your first vacation. When you get married, you go on a honeymoon, you plan for a child's education, you plan for your retirement, so on and so forth. I think that inclusivity runs parallel with banks and, a running sport like this. So we're very, very happy to be here.
Right. Also, how have corporates added value in India's healthier lifestyle?
So I think any good partnership that does well needs a certain amount of corporates to come together, because once you have sponsorships come through, the kind of things that you're able to put forth actually comes to a grander scale, right? Without corporates actually participating in something like this, even the best of public and private partnerships, if you see, they become successful when there is a decent handoff between the two. So to that extent, the philanthropic angle that comes through when corporates come through, you have employees running for a particular cause. Let's take any organization that comes through, you have an employee wellness program. At one end, you have an emotional kind of a backing that employees get, and it's also helping get to better productivity. The other end of it is the causes that they may run for. The corporate itself will actually sign up for a certain kind of an amount. The employees will have causes that they support. So to that extent, it's the sum of 1 + 1 is not 2. It's much bigger than that.
It indeed is, and what we're witnessing this morning is nothing but that. The Champion with Disability event is on, and we've seen glimpses of it, but also we've witnessed a lot of adrenaline, energy, and we spoke about philanthropy. This particular event is definitely the biggest stage in South Asia, the biggest platform in South Asia for philanthropy. And the Champions with Disability event brings together corporate leaders who will participate in the run as allies paired with a runner with a disability. And they'll do this to promote disability inclusion and empowerment. And they are our inclusion partner, Adventures Beyond Barriers Foundation, the official inclusion ally for the TCS World 10K Bengaluru Marathon 2025. And what we see here is the glimpses of how the corporates have come together with our champions with disability and trained together so that they could participate in the TCS World 10K event here in 2025. This is such a beautiful initiative. And, I'm sure you've had a word with some of your employees who are here participating with the champions with disability. What have the two learned from each other?
The idea of disability is more in the minds of people rather than actually the physicality of it, right? Because when people are given equal opportunities to prosper, I think we build a society where, we respect each other. And more importantly than not, the inspirational stories that come through, until you see somebody with a disability perform at this level that they can, right? You come with a certain amount of bias. But their stories actually inspire you to do better things in life. And I don't think disability is ever a question of physicality. It's more in the minds of people rather than anything else. So I think we should build a society that actually benefits from the experiences of one another, whether they have a disability or not, irrespective.
In your personal experience, as an employee who's trained and participated in an event like the TCS World 10K event, how has his performance back in the corporate improved? Have you seen a significant change?
So it's very hard to actually, it'll be easy for me to actually give anecdotal references rather than scientific data. But one is very clear that when people are fitter, they actually come with a more positive attitude in life, right? Sure. And the fact that, you learn to be tougher, grittier, you learn to come back from the falls, right? So to that extent, an employee who's happy is always a more productive employee. Their family life is better, there is a decent work-life balance, they do better as human beings also. So it's always good for us to be a part of something like this.
It indeed is. And talking about inclusive society, Kyun, just these visuals that we see from the TCS World 10K event, how special are they?
This is really special indeed, and you know, for any of the viewers watching at home, there's no excuse not to take part in the TCS World 10 Kilometer Bengaluru. Whether you are a senior citizen, whether you do have disabilities, you can be out in the action, and all these people now showing us just how it's done.
Indeed, age is indeed just a number, truly proving that here. This is the senior citizens race that has kicked off, and age is no barrier. Of course, any form of disability is no barrier. In many ways, would you say, especially of course inspired by the corporate culture, how many barriers in the head when you're working from a 9-to-5 job, is a sport like running been able to break that in an employee, or say in your colleagues or anything like that?
So the first thing is, I don't think the notion of 9 to 5 is true.
It's true anymore. I agree.
For anybody, right? So the fact that, you know, sport is able to bring the best of what is in you and is able to elevate your entire thinking, your lifestyle, the way you go about interacting with people. Like, look at an event like this today. You wouldn't actually in your wildest of dreams put together that somebody A is meeting somebody B. They might be from different walks of life. In a normal scenario, they might not even be in the same office. But the fact that they're able to share a certain amount of joy for something like running, right? Otherwise, running requires a certain kind of a mindset, because you're pushing yourself to your physical limits, whether it's 10K, 21, 42, whatever, right? But the fact that you're able to bring the best in you is something to be celebrated.
Indeed it is, and that's exactly what we're doing here at the TCS World 10K. We are celebrating. It is truly a festival. Well, over to Shruti. Well, she's got someone special, especially from the senior citizens race that's just kicked off. I'm sure it's inspiring. Well, we've lost audio, but we'll get back to Shruti for sure. We were speaking about the senior citizens who are participating here. The race has just kicked off. And what a beautiful platform this is for all the initiatives. Remember, the TCS World 10K is a 100% waste managed event, also zero to landfill. We are associated with a number of sustainability initiatives and causes. And other than that, speaking about inclusive society and growth, we also have, of course, Mr. Narayan TV here still in the studios with us. And just drawing parallels yet again between a financial institution and a sport. How closely are these two disciplines? What are the parallels that you can draw between these two disciplines, finance as well as sport? And how different is a running community different from a financial community?
I don't think there is much of a difference, to be honest, right? If I had to put it this way, I mean, you can't hope to run any race without preparation. Let's say if somebody had to run today, it's not going to be an overnight thing unless you're blessed with terrific genetics, you know, which is a one-off, right? But for anybody en masse, if I have to look at it, it takes a certain amount of dedication, a certain amount of preparation. It's about putting in the hard yards, coming in prepared to do what it takes, right? Most likely than not, you would either have to wake up early in the morning before your office starts, or you would have to be doing it late into the night once you're done with things. It's the same thing with financial planning, you know. So you can't expect to make money overnight just because a lottery is going to come your way. That is again a one-off. It's like genetics in the case of running, right? So in that sense, both of it are equally great parallels to draw analogies upon. I would assume that, you know, to succeed in physical fitness or financial well-being, you need to take your first step. So if you look at the tying theme for us across, and we are partners of, you know, all the major running events in India, whether it's TCS or TMM Mumbai, I can always tell you that our tying theme is something called Journey to the Start.
Yeah.
So a lot of people talk about, you know, crossing the finish line, but the finish line is an outcome. But I think the input that goes in is actually taking that first step, which is why we call it the journey to the start. The first step, whether you're a housewife, whether you're a working professional, whether you're a businessman, whether you're a senior citizen or a champion with disability, the first thing starts with your mind, which is true for running, which is true for financial planning. Once you take that first step, the rest of the journey, I think, is an eventuality that is bound to happen.
Well, so much to learn actually from every single participant out there and the guests that we have in the studio. You see, the TCS World 10K Bengaluru stands out not only as a premier running event, but also as a pioneer in integrating life-saving skills into the running community. And here's a look how. Well, through collaborations with the medical partners like Forest Healthcare, Race Week got the city's run clubs and participants together to undergo the CPR training to respond effectively to emergencies, a skill that extends far beyond the race course. And every runner out there today is not only fighting fit, but also trained to save lives. So kudos to Bengaluru. And so much skill that you develop when you're participating in an event like this. This is absolute growth, not just in terms of fitness, but overall as a community. We're speaking about a running community. You know, we spoke about financial community, running community. Of the various sports, and this is a question that I asked Dalila as well, of the various sports that you observed, you had friends in, how different is a running community versus the other sports?
You know, I think, we talk a lot about inclusivity in running, and I don't think you get another sport that is as inclusive as running is. On the start line this morning, you can have a double Olympic champion in the form of Joshua Cheptegei. You can have a business CEO leader next to him, and you can have a student, you can have a housewife, you can have a senior citizen. Yet they all on the same playing field, they're running the same course, they're starting that start line together and crossing that finish line together. So, when you go and watch your favorite cricket team, you don't have a chance to be on that cricket field and actually experience what they're experiencing. So I think running is untouched when it comes to other sports. It's the most inclusive, it's the biggest growing sport in the world, and especially in India.
It's so good to see that something so simple can have such a significant impact on the society. We spoke about inclusivity, but now moving on to sustainability. I've been reiterating again and again that this premier racing event is a 100% waste managed event, zero to landfill. But how is it done? Well, here's how.
Procam International has been aligned with the World Athletics Sustainable Charter. Hasudala Innovations is proud to be associated with Procam International since 2017, ensuring the waste generated at all of Procam's mass participation events are handled responsibly. As we gear up on Race Week, from the production time, we've been ensuring that the waste generated is collected, segregated on site. And on race day, we have a little over 350 waste workers, our waste warriors, who are deployed in the venue and on the route, ensuring any litter is picked up on time, segregated and sent to responsible destinations. So all the plastic water bottle waste that gets generated at the TCS World 10K is collected and aggregated here at the Hasudala Innovations Plastic Aggregation Center. Procam has made that conscious decision. Before the waste gets sent for recycling, we collect the excess water that is remaining in the water bottles, collected separately and sent to Cubbon Park to water the trees. We, with Procam, want to ensure that all the waste generated goes to a responsible destination.
This is absolutely incredible. And if you see, we've got Narayan TV here still with us in the studio. But, sir, the issues about the environment, climate change and sustainability, the issues around this have never been as griever as it is today. What a statement is something like this in this event, in this issue?
So it's interesting that you bring it up, because if you look at it, at one end we're talking about an inclusive sport. The other thing is ESG goals. So if you look at sustainability, what needs to happen is you need to build a planet not just for today. Inclusivity is not just solving for today, it is also solving for the generations to come. To that extent, what they are doing seems to be fantastic, because you're trying to reduce wastage. So we just came off the marquee right now, and there's a very beautiful line there which says, eat what you can, but do not waste. Things have to start at a small level. When you're not using a fan or a refrigerator, turn it off, right? So to that extent, how do you get more conscious about it? As a bank, we are very ESG conscious. Our scores on ESG are pretty high. So carbon wastage, causes like these are fantastic things to back.
I think it sets a statement out there for the future generations, not just in terms of fitness, but things that you must be aware of. Well, we'll take a short break here. You don't go anywhere, as we'll be joined by a special guest right after the short break in our studios. So we'll be back rather soon.
summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
And we will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch, in this fight, this match is...
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
We will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा, हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस इंडिया 20 जून से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और सोनी लिव पर.
This is the Bundesliga, where precision meets passion. On the field, unmatched precision. In the stands, unstoppable passion. This perfect symphony, on and off the field, makes the Bundesliga the true home of precision football. Catch all the Bundesliga action every weekend, only on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This is my squad. From 6 races, absolutely amazing from Sanford!
Watch Formula E, Monaco E-Prix, Saturday 3rd May 6 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Watch the Emirates FA Cup semi-finals, Nottingham Forest versus Manchester City, tonight, 8 p.m, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1, Arsenal versus PSG, Tuesday 29th April 11:30 p.m, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
फिर शुरू हो रहा है अपराध का रहस्यमय सफर. चौंका देने वाली कहानियां, उलझा देने वाली पहेलियां.
बिना सर के फ्यूनरल कैसे करूं मैं?
26 नए केसेस, 26 नई मिस्ट्रीज, 26 नए एपिसोड्स.
शनिवार रविवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर.
India is on the brink of a sporting revolution. I think it's incredible over the past 15 years that Procam has been able to make such a big deal of running. It's so important to have events like the TCS World 10K. Having people be inspirations, I mean, all the elite athletes that have come to India to compete in this event, that it makes it exciting because you get to sort of be surrounded by these international elite athletes.
No.
Well, another of our former international event ambassadors, and just to put into perspective as to how far and how big the event has become, the TCS World at 10K. Well, here we are now. This year we've got Dalila Muhammad as our international event ambassador. She was in our studios just a couple of minutes back, but now we've got another guest. It's Anil Singh, the MD of Procam. The man has walked in with some swag. He's got his shades on, and why not? Because since its inception in 2008, sitting in 2025, it's come leaps and bounds. It's run its own course, isn't it?
More than run its own course, it's grown magnificently. I mean, what can I say? You know, it just gives you so much pleasure when you're in the morning and to see the entire city come to life. It's the 17th edition. So, you know, it's actually surreal to feel the magic and the vibe in the air. You know, it just feels so surreal, and it's magnificent to see citizens celebrate and take pride in their city. So it's a wonderful, wonderful morning.
Right, it indeed is. But individually, if I had to ask you, how does it make you feel, the fact that you're a part of a revolution in the country?
Well, you know, revolutions are actually made by a lot of people are part of this sort of celebration or part of this reason for us for making this movement grow in leaps and bounds. Actually, a tsunami all across the country, and Bengaluru is actually the #1 city for running in the country. So it's great pride to have our event, which is, and the TCS World 10K is the world's premier 10K. So I think it's a really matter of pride for all of us to sort of feel good and feel proud of, to see what it has risen to and how it's become. And then we had an Indian, Abhishek Pal, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. He sort of broke the record by 20 seconds. And you can see these little changes of improvements, in all these little different segments. So it's quite stunning.
And so, you have not just played a role in taking running across India, but also making the sport accessible to everyone and, really being inclusive. How has the sporting spirit of Bengaluru, been a catalyst in making this possible?
Well, exactly like I said earlier, it just requires people to buy and take ownership of the property. And when you have something so proud as the world's premier 10K in your own backyard, it's a real source of pride, I think, for everybody, for the government itself. I mean, look at the wonderful privilege and the respect that this event, from the governor to the deputy chief minister to the home minister, all have been part of, and the army and it's just fantastic to see all the different departments of the state come together of the city and, really make this possible, because it's not possible without everybody's support and buy-in.
Also, what makes this event very special, because it stands on really strong pillars. It stands on pillars of inclusivity, but also stands on the pillar of sustainability. We will continue the chat here, but you've got agencies like Hasiru Udala and their innovations, which has helped this event be 100% waste managed and zero to landfill event. And here is more as we get a professional to talk about how it's done.
Every stride leaves a mark but not a trace, and that's how we leave the venue without a trace of trash. So we are here today at Sustainable Impacts, a joint venture between Carbon Masters and Hasudala Innovations. What we demonstrate here is the processing of organic waste. This is the only 50-ton biogas plant operational in Karnataka today. What happens here is all the organic waste that gets collected at the TCS World 10K. The organic waste is processed here. We extract the methane, bottle it, and we replace LPG in restaurants. We also supply the biogas to petrol bunks to power vehicles. What we're demonstrating here is true circular economy, with organic waste that gets collected as processed and bottled as bioenergy and supplied to the economy. True circular economy demands that organic waste, any kind of waste, goes back into the economy, repurposed as renewable energy. I'm happy to see all our efforts contributing to a global benchmark, and we hope other mass participation events also follow.
But you are definitely leading from the front and truly working in the direction of reducing your carbon footprint. You've got the MD of Procam here with us. Anil, if I had to drop in a Gen Z lingo, I'll say that the TCS World 10K event is truly woke. It's because you're actually imbibing a sporting culture and what sports should truly stand for.
Yes, well said. You're so right.
So where have these ideas come from?
Well, we built it on 5 pillars. We built it on pride and prestige for a city. We built it on, benefiting Indian athletes, and you can see what Abhishek Pal did today. We built it on charity. The TCS World 10K Bengaluru has raised 60 crores over this period for various charities. So that's a great sense of pride, And of course, health and fitness. So you can see a whole lot of changes that are sort of taking place in that. And it's, I think being healthy and being fit is a great economical boost to the state and to the country on its whole. So all these various different pillars, when you build a sporting movement, I think it just takes people to get their feet wet and then they get hooked. So it's massive to see what's been going on. Close to about 1,000 runners lace up every day in this nation. So it's been a fabulous, it's been a hard work, but it's been worth every bit of it.
Yeah. And it must be so exciting for you to see an athlete like Joshua Cheptegei, who started his international career all the way back in 2014 at the TCS World 10 kilometer Bengaluru.
He's the world record holder and the current world champion for the 5K. So absolutely, and to get the best in the world. And I think, when you have Indian athletes rubbing shoulders, they learn so much, they understand so much. So it's quite magical. And you know, for me, it's my brother Vivek, I think, you know, who really sort of spearheads so much of this entire movement. I think it's just fantastic. And we all at Procam are so privileged and truly honored to see it come alive in this spirit. So it's quite stunning.
It really is, and everybody in the ecosystem is definitely witnessing the magic unfold here at the TCS World 10K event Bengaluru. We've got Shruti here with a senior journalist. Let's see what he's got to say.
Sydney, you've been a part of this race for many, many years. You've seen it grow, you've seen it evolve. Tell us about how this race has evolved over the period of time.
I think the race has evolved pretty much like how Bangalore has evolved. I started off the first race about 15 years ago as a cub reporter, and about only 4,000 to 5,000 people took part in the race. But now I think even from the moment they announced the race, it was oversubscribed, and about 35,000 people are running the event. It's been a phenomenal growth. I think the race has grown coincidentally along with the Bangalore city.
Well, I only believe that with time we grow, and we only grow. Over to the studio.
Thank you, Shruti. Interesting. This race has evolved as the city has evolved. In fact, talking about the evolution, we've got the right man to talk about it, because so much has evolved truly in just terms of numbers. If you speak about it, 350 NGOs have been, of course, positively affected by the race. You've seen an upsurge in the women's participation from 147%. But if I had to truly ask you for a success metric, what has been the most successful thing for you in these years in the TCS World 10K event?
Well, you know, I don't want to limit it just to the TCS World 10K, because I think it's the same spirit that's imbibed everywhere. But I would say it's a sense of pride, ownership, and the kind of benefit it has done for health and fitness to individuals. So I think when you marry three things together, when you feel that you are part of a world-class story, when you feel your city is on a global map, and when you feel that, hey, I benefit and my people around me benefit, I think there's no better ingredients to make a really great dish of success. So, but we're, as I said, we're only at the, it's just like the tip of the iceberg right now. We have about 3 million runners in the country, and it's got a long way to go. So, but it's moving rapidly, and truly excited by what lies ahead for us.
All right. Were you happy to see the things unfold this morning? Of course, you have a Joshua who's come back, Sarah. You also have Sanjeevani, who comes back as the defending champions, clinches the throne yet again.
Yes, that just shows what the event means to them when they want to come back, and run, because that's what thing. But I would like to, I don't know if this, but I'd like for all of us to put in, just a simple kind of thing, what we got written, what this stands for, which translates into Forever Bengaluru. So if I may have you guys say, Endidigu Bengaluru, I think that truly sets the tone for the day.
Well, I've got the pronunciation wrong. It's right. It's called Endidigu Bengaluru.
Bengaluru.
Lovely.
Endidigu Bengaluru.
It's Bangalore forever.
Bangalore forever.
We're setting the tone for the Maja run that's kicking off.
Yes,
because we're having a lot of Maja here in the studios.
That is truly a fantastic sight to witness.
It indeed is. It's a 5-kilometer run, and who you see here are She for the Society group, is because you've got these women who stand and ride for a certain purpose, and today they are riding with a Nawari sari on. And just to bring in the forefront what this particular group stands for, She for Society was founded in November 2020 in Bangalore, the first ever NGO formed by women riders, united by the goal of riding for a purpose with diverse backgrounds. The focus is to empower underprivileged women and children from diverse backgrounds. And you've got Harshini Venkatesh, and who's a founder member, Shalini Deepak and Kavita Prabhakar. But just take a look at the swag that these women carry on their bikes. Of course, they're inspiring generations of women out there. Just the way they go about their business now. What an incredible story. It's good to see these sites.
I tell you, isn't it? It's superb. And there's a 30% today, 30% of the participants are women.
Lovely.
I mean, that's a phenomenal story for India.
Yes, it is. And it's not just participation, just the confidence that they're coming in with.
So just look at the joy. I mean, you can actually feel it sitting right here, You can see that It's all across, and it's good to see them running because normally the Majja run, as we call it, is more a celebration. So they just like to, but to see them running shows a great little more sort of impetus to the running movement because normally you see them walking and dancing, but today I can see them running, so that's fantastic.
Well, Anil, India has gotten serious about its business around fitness.
Yes.
It really has. So yeah, you're not going to see many people just walking the course.
It's people from every walk of life. And what could be more inclusive for a city than to have something like this unfold right in front of your eyes? So, stunning is all I can say.
Kiran, your take on what you see so far in India?
It's amazing. This was my first time in India as well. Definitely not going to be my last time.
Absolutely.
I really want to come back. We've witnessed some great elite races this morning. The best runners in the world, thanks to Procam International for bringing them through here for not only one of the world's biggest 10 kilometers, but the richest 10 kilometer in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
$26,000 up for grabs. But yeah, as we see the pictures of the athletes coming through the start line there of the Majja run, and there's over 10,000 athletes out on the course. And I wonder how many of these athletes will be thinking, next year, I want to step up in distance.
But you say that, and it's so fantastic. It all started with the Tata Mumbai Marathon in Mumbai, which was the dream run, something that we, actually created this concept called the dream run because India was not a running nation. So all the runners today have this is the feeder system to the running revolution actually. So all these people in a couple of years would say, I will not run the dream run or the Majja run again. I want to run the main race. So that's so fantastic. It just gets them involved. It gets their feet wet. It gets them to feel that magic. And then they just take it up on their own from there.
All right. But just, Anil, organizing an event of this magnitude. This year you've had more than 34,000 participants. Also, there's an introduction, of course, the virtual event where you can run from any corner of the world, but particularly this one. What has been the contribution of the civic authorities, and the volunteers who've come forward?
Fantastic. Not only civic, it's all authorities. Whether it's the police and the municipality, the army has been just magnificent. And every agency has to work seamlessly together. And actually, this is one of the greatest days, one of the greatest showcases of public-private partnerships that really make this work thing. Because without the government, without their blessings, without their love, it's actually the love. And so many of our dignitaries over here today have done it 7 times and 8 times. And, the Home Minister that we started, Dr. Promotional, we started 17 years ago. He was the one who said, make this the #1 race in the world and I will make sure I back you fully. And by the grace of God, both of us have kept to their commitment.
So since you said #1 race in the world, talking about the major marathons that happen in the world, from your Boston to the Berlin to the New York to the Tokyos in the world, where do you think are we ranking in Bengaluru?
So this is a 10K, it's not a marathon.
Yeah.
So being a 10K, it's a different distance. Today we have 4 distances, soon to be 5. We have the #1 10K, which is TCS World 10K in Bengaluru. So as a 10K run is #1 in the world. Then we have the 25K at Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, which is the #1 25K in the world. Then we have the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, the world's premier half marathon. And of course the Tata Mumbai Marathon, which is in the top 10 marathons of the world. And soon to be a world 15K. So for India to have 5 of the world's leading races in that. Who would imagine this 20 years ago?
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And I can't forget Carl Lewis's words. He was in Bengaluru as an event ambassador. And Carl Lewis made a fabulous statement. He says, one day you will realize that you've been part of the revolution, the magic that is going to unfold very soon. And God, look how right he was.
Yes, we're playing those words that he said again and again in our broadcast. So what's next, Anil? What is next?
Well, next is actually from a normal calendar thing is the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon. But look, I think the World 15K is something also that we are working towards. Digital, we are working towards to make sure that we can bring more people into our fold. So there's a lot of work to be done. We're only, as I said, beginning. And I can't tell you how happy I am to see it. Both of you here for the first time doing such a fantastic job. So thank you so much for doing what you do for us.
Thank you so much, Anil.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been an amazing event. I'm excited to see what the future brings for Procam International.
Thank you.
As you mentioned, you know, all of your events, world class. I've been to a number of events around the world, especially in South Africa where I live, and I can undoubtedly say that the organization here are world class. I've never experienced anything like that.
Really
so
mean that.
thank you really,
for
you
those
know.
kind words. But you know, we've got a crack team led by Mandar Pandya, who's been our. So it's, you know, it's a fantastic, and he's got a great team under him, and so absolutely yes, that's true. And everybody has been praising it this morning. The organization, the run was a little more difficult than the normal route that we used to have. So it's impacting people's timing, but it's going to give them more impetus to do it better next time. So yes, it's been we are very grateful.
But there have been a couple of changes that have actually, there are some really good changes introduced by Procam this year in 2025. First of all, the wave start, then the fact that, you know, your starting and the finishing points are not the same. So that is one change that Procam has got in today's race that we have here at the TCS World 10K event. But just coming back to the Maja Run, the views, the visuals that we see, and since you've been associated with this since the very inception, if I had to personally ask you the impact of running, does an incredible story that comes to your mind in your personal experience?
I wish that, you know, the reason, that's a brilliant point you brought up, and it's a brilliant point, because the reason that Procam got into this, and it was for one simple, you know, for us, for my brother Vivek and me, life is about stories.
Yeah.
So, you know, we always encourage the world because everybody wants to listen to a good story. And you know what happens? This sport is a conveyor belt of magical stories. You have 33,000 people running today. I promise you 3,000 stories can be made into movies. They're that powerful. Now, what can be more satisfying, or what can be more, you know, fulfilling, or than to have a conveyor belt of stories year in and year out, event in and event out, because truly, you know, distance running is a truly where, you know, the kinds of where people have come from, why, how, why they do it, that, you know, it's just magic. So yes, this is one of the great reasons why we initially got into distance running Procam. It's all about stories, and stories, my God, you won't even believe it. It's an absolute conveyor belt.
I'm in 100% agreement with you, because we've been talking about this being the largest platform in South Asia for philanthropy. I say that this is also a huge platform for storytelling.
Oh,
and talking about stories, we've got our third leg of the broadcast, Shruti, with another special guest. Let's see if she's got a special story for us.
I believe we're nothing without our history, because it literally means his story. Today, I have a woman who has dressed up like Jhansi Ki Rani. I want to ask you, why is the reason? Why are you dressed like Jhansi Ki Rani? What do you want to give out as a message?
Hi everyone, I'm dressed as Jhansi Ki Rani to spread the message, to remember all the freedom fighters of yesterdays of India, and also to stand in unity while we fight terrorism. As for example, the Procam one, which is happening strongly at this point of time. Let's together stand together as one nation, one India.
More such fun stories coming at you, people. Over to the studio.
Well, thank you so much, Shruti. I'll be looking forward to that. A little envious of Shruti and Kyun, you know, because they've got an opportunity to step out and see the festivities, celebration, and the carnival that we're witnessing right now. I've been in the studios, but no complaints. I've got you alongside. But talking about stories, something about how the growth of women has been.
Oh, yes.
Just between 2024 to 2025, you've seen a 12% growth in women participation. That's a lot in 1 year.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, I also think it's a sense of freedom. It's a sense of, it's an empowerment, you know, for women to be able to stride by stride with men, to have as much meaning, and also it just brings a family together in many ways. And sometimes it's, you know, and the woman is of course the head of the family. She decides what you eat, how you know, what kind of oil is brought in, whatever kind of things. And when a woman gets involved, it just changes the dynamics completely.
Yeah.
you know. So, and the fact it does, and it also brings a sense of something. I'll say this, you know, you'll never, you know, you see how they are. They're like, in many ways, you know, just a mass of humanity to put together. You'll never hear of a woman saying, oh, I was inappropriately touched, or I was, you know, and that fabric is something that only comes when you get involved with sport, when you take ownership of it. You know that it doesn't even cross your mind. So we don't remember a single incident where that has been a thing. And normally it does happen anywhere in the world. So there's so many sides when women get their own, you know, they have their own speak now. There is no more and in many cases they're so much more powerful than the men that we have to accept that.
Right, and it's really brilliant to see how big this platform has been in terms of supporting women and for women empowerment. All right, well, to honor this event, we've got plenty of dignitaries this morning. We've got one such dignitary get you an interview that is brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
In this space for a long time, and today is so nice to see the energy in the senior citizens hall. They're all acting like teenagers, which is nice. So about the race, I think many of us are here. Some are here to finish, some are here to get a certificate. But what are we here as seniors to show them that age is just a number?
Well, that was Dr. Alexander. Well, we've got a special studio for all our dignitaries, and we'll be getting you these interviews brought to you by IDFC First Bank. But you know, just talking about the support system that you've had here for the TCS World 10K event. Take me through the kind of dialogue that you've had with dignitaries. Are they impressed?
Oh, they love it. They not only love it, it's also a sense of pride for them. It's their city.
Yeah.
You know, they owe it to the citizens to do such things for them. And they're doing it with love and it's not just, oh my God, you know, I'm just doing it. They're so involved that you wouldn't see them here for hours in the morning with us. And it's a conveyor belt to that. I mean, it was so pleasure to see such leading luminaries, government and otherwise, come out, you know, to support it. Because when you see these people, it's a great endorsement. And it just makes it truly special and truly valuable, because it's not every event that you'll have these dignitaries going there. And you know, things like the entire subway, the transport authority or the subway, the MMR. Sorry, I don't know.
BMRCL, yeah?
Yeah. Look at the fantastic. Everybody's today riding free to subways to come to the race. These are small things, but they make it so convenient.
Just like I did in the morning.
You did in the morning. There you go. So, you know, it's truly, it takes everybody to come together.
Yeah, a special metro that was dedicated to the runners. Of course, Kieran there was in that metro to witness
how was it? Was it a good experience?
It was amazing. It took me less than 4 minutes from getting on the first stop to the venue. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about the honorable dignitaries here, and they're here to honor this race. We've got another interview here from Studio First, brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
At IDFC First Bank, we are very conscious of being associated with activities of this nature. This is a long-term partnership. We do it across cities. So I'm delighted that we are doing this in Bangalore.
That was Mr. Sanjeev Chaudhary. Now, you know, you spread your wings all across India. You have won Delhi Marathon, you've got Kolkata. But what is it about Bengaluru that makes it the running capital? What is different about it?
I think it's the people. I think it's the people. I think it's also, you know, being a garden city, it has always had that old historical thing of people walking in the gardens, and now that's turned into running in the gardens. So I just think it's the people. I just think it's the way they sort of lead their lives. And being an IT city, you know, you've got these young youth that love to take these new things on. And so I think there's a lot to do with it. And I think also, you know, you have a title sponsor like TCS, India's most valuable company, right? And they themselves has thousands who work here. Their commitment to the state of Karnataka and the city of Bengaluru is something else. So when you have partners like that, when you have partners like IDFC First Bank, when you have all the great brands like ASICS, and I could go on and on and on and on. And so it's just, so when you have all these giants come together to be a part of this this entire revolution.
It's very
it adds so much more weight to it, and then they do their very best to make sure things really sort of
where all the magic comes together.
Comes together. Yes, absolutely. So I think it's, as I said, we are privileged, we are blessed, we are honored, but it takes a whole ecosystem to make it work.
And it is working. In fact, it's firing from all cylinders. Thank you so much, Anil. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the both of you for being here. Truly appreciate it. Such a pleasure talking to you, and thank you. And once again, Endidigo Bengaluru. I hope I got it right this time.
Endidigo Bengaluru. I got it right this time. Well, you got in the energy that I was missing out on because I've not been on the street so far. But thank you so much, Anil. We took a short break here. But you don't go anywhere because the Maja run has started and the fun in the studios has just kicked off.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
And we will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch,
Our aim is 5 test matches.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
we will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा, हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
England versus India 20 June से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और Sony Live पर.
As the fight for the trophy reaches its climax, the Italians, the Spanish, the French, and the English.
London, oh London, it's a way to be here. London.
They are all in each other's way. Watch the UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1, Tuesday 29th April, 11:30 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This guy is just next level. Bilal Muhammad is one of the greatest to ever do it. Jack Della Maddalena. He has dynamite in his hands. This woman is an assassin. Valentina Shevchenko. A legend in the game. Manon Bureau. She is a force to be reckoned with. The Octagon has returned to the north.
Watch UFC 315, Sunday, 11th May, 5:30 a.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Watch the Emirates FA Cup semi-finals, Nottingham Forest versus Manchester City, tonight, 8 p.m. live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
This summer, we would love to give you the warmest welcome.
यहाँ मौजूद लोग स्पेशल महसूस करवाते हैं.
And we will also give you बहुत सारा प्यार. But on the pitch,
Our aim is 5 test matches.
इस बार गेम भी बदलेगा.
we will go for it.
और रिजल्ट भी.
हमसे पंगा, हमारी पिच पर.
गेम भी तुम्हारा, ग्राउंड भी तुम्हारा, पर जीत हमारी होगी.
England versus India 20 June से
Only on Sony Sports Network
और Sony Live पर.
You have spun a magic web in the world of distance running Bengaluru.
Well, from Carl Lewis to Mary Pierce, the Queen of Clay, well, we've witnessed every single athlete here who's made a name for himself and herself in the world, who've been associated with the TCS World 10K event in 2025 was no different. Well, you got another guest here in the studio. I've got Kyun here alongside Mr. Sunil Deshpande, the Delivery Center Head, TCS. The TCS, this name is resonating with the distance running program across the world. It's not just India. So hello and welcome. Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's so good
morning.
to see an Indian enterprise go so much distance.
Yes, indeed a very, very proud moment for all of us. I'm very happy to say that out of 50 marathons that happen globally, out of the 50 top marathons, that 10 of them are TCS powered or TCS sponsored. And the podium finish also, the top 3 are the TCS sponsored races, including our New York City, the London, as well as the latest Schneider Electric. So we are so proud with the amount of impact we are making in the economies of the cities and the geographies where we are doing these races. We are making so much of impact in the lives of our employees and customers. We are making so much impact in the life of health industry overall, and most importantly, the social causes that we are all associated with. And not to forget the aspect of technology. We are a technology company. The amount of technology intervention that such marathon allows us to, or such long distance running allows us to demonstrate, is truly heartening. So I'm so happy, so excited to be here today talking to you, and I just encouraged about 3,000-4,000 of my colleagues who just ran, and I was so proud to flag off the race where our employees and their family members just ran with so much of energy. It was a sea of humanity at display. 36,000 runners this time across categories. Remarkable. TCS World 10K Bangalore, since the time I have started seeing, it was about 12,000, 13,000 runners who used to register. This time I am told it is about 36,000 people who are participating across various categories. And mind you, every category of the race was sold 1 month in advance. So that shows the popularity, that shows the brand recall of this particular race. And TCS is extremely proud about it.
That's incredible. All points covered. All points covered. That is truly incredible, and that's what TCS stands for. Well done to this enterprise, and to see an Indian enterprise go that kind of distance is incredible. Kyun?
Yeah, with over 36,000 athletes on the streets of Bengaluru this morning, Bengaluru is evolving as the hub for fitness and long-distance running, alongside Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata. How does TCS sustain a plan to bolster the distance running movement across the country, which really goes well beyond just the day of the event?
So it is not just across the country. We are so happy that we are able to make an impact in the lives of so many countries across. So you will be happy to know that we are the title and technology sponsors for about 14 races overall, where TCS is powering these relationship. Over 600,000 people participate in our races globally every single year. And the amount of impact that we are making in the economies of those cities, which I mentioned, the latest numbers from the Brand Finance, which did a survey, about $5.25 billion of impact we have been able to make in the various cities where TCS is sponsored, and TCS along with the top 50 races have created an impact, and about $425 million of charity funds have been raised through various marathons. And if I talk very specific to TCS also, about $2.25 billion of impact we have made in the economies of so many cities where we do long distance running. About $280 million of CSR funds are raised, which are utilized in various meaningful initiatives that we do as far as our CSR efforts are concerned. So it's great. So TCS is extremely proud, and it also kind of results in enhancement of the brand value of the organization, and the sheer pride and happiness that it gives for able to do something so meaningful in the lives of people, whether it is bringing them up the curve in terms of their health, fitness, whether it is bringing the entire society that we live in up along with us. So these are certain proud moments for all of us. And like I said, lastly, the opportunity for TCS to demonstrate our technology prowess in such races is something which is really, really heartening for all of us.
Right. In fact, hold that thought. I'll come back to that part where you spoke about technology, but you also touched upon the point of the fact that you've been able to do something very meaningful in the lives of people, and there have been certain stories that we brought to you throughout our broadcast. These are stories called the Mentor Stories, brought to you by IDFC First Bank, where we spoke about these three gentlemen who took on to the sport of running and then took it a notch higher. What they did is that became mentors themselves and took various running enthusiasts under their wings, coached them, mentored them, motivated them in the sport of running, in the sport of long distance running. And you've got our international event ambassador, Dalila Muhammad, who's felicitating the three stories we brought to you, the Mentor series, a 62-year-old man out there who changed the course of lives of many individuals. Then you've got a graphic designer who took onto the sport of running. And of course, you have Mr. Roy there, who changed the course and the direction of lives for many individuals out there. Now, of course, we spoke about the importance of having a coach, but just coming back to the point of technology, we've seen how technology has changed so many sports, cricket, football. Now, talking about running, how has the inclusion of tech changed running as a sport, and what are the products that TCS is probably working on?
Okay, there are a couple of initiatives that I would be very happy to talk about, but before that, the impact technology makes is threefold in my view.
Yeah.
One is for the running community. Second is for the spectator community as well. It is as important because equal number of people are standing on the road cheering for their family members this morning, which is so good to see. You know, if I can't run, at least I'll cheer for my family member, my friend, etc. Running community, spectator community, and the life science and healthcare community. So these are the three aspects which really impact. So we bring in a lot of technology interventions using our AI tools, our AR tools, augmented reality tools, and a digital twin tool. So we have a program called TCS Future Athlete, which partners with various life sciences giants also to bring in a lot of very, very meaningful insights. So what we do is, in fact, we were fortunate enough last year, we had a partnership with Des Linden, who was a Boston Marathon winner and who was also a two-time Olympian. So she very gracefully agreed to create a digital twin of her heart.
Oh, nice.
Wow. Yes. So that was kind of a starting point, and then we created a TCS Future Athlete program where we are able to create digital twin of people, their organs, and when a person is the end objective of doing all this technology is how a runner has lesser stress on their organs and how they recover faster. How they run smarter, how they recover faster. That's the motto of whatever technology interventions that we do in racing. So we created a digital twin, and the deeper insights that this digital twin gave with respect to how a heart is behaving when a sprinter reaches the prime of running in terms of the speed, and how does the muscle, tissues, all of that within the heart behave. And also how quickly and how is heart responding when you're recovering, how is the recovery time and all that. So such insights are given to various life sciences experts, researchers, doctors, all of them. And with these insights, they're able to bring in a lot of meaningful discovery in the field of healthcare, where it is really supporting the medical ecosystem. That is number one. For the spectator who is there to enjoy their family members or friends running. So there are multiple apps, wearable devices, all of that we have, where they know where their relative is, how far is he or she from the finish line. And probably if it is taking a little longer time, the app also provides what is your nearest pub, where is your nearest bar where you can go and sit, enjoy, have a drink till they come back.
Celebrate off the
line. And then, like I said, the entire science community is so in hand with us in this journey, where we want to create digital twin of various organs to see how they behave. And the whole idea, like I said, is to give very, very deeper insights for the runner, for the healthcare community, and also bring in more and more people into this game of long distance running.
That's just crazy. That is just crazy. From one stride to another, from one heartbeat to another, truly running has taken over the world and creating revolution, not just in the country, but all across the world. Well, very quickly, we've got another honorable dignitary with us. It's a special interview from our studio first, brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
The radio commentary, the language they spoke without understanding a single word, I just loved it. And I started repeating, imitating. And I continued my passion and I started playing, following the game very, very closely. And as I started growing up, I felt people like me should also play the game. I played for some time till 1994, but when we were seeing everybody playing the tournament at the national level representing India, so why not people with blindness? So me and my friend SP Nagesh chased our dreams and made sure constituted Cricket Association for the Blind in India, which governs, manages, promotes and supports cricket for the blind, organizes tournaments and a very active member of World Blind Cricket. So the message for my youth friends of Bangalore, don't stop, keep chasing your dreams, don't give up, always never say die spirit, chase your dreams, work for it, you will definitely achieve and focus on it. And you will definitely one day achieve what you dreamt when you were young or while you were growing up. So keep doing what you like, keep doing what you want, and succeed in your life. And always think about others, help others, make sure everybody is part. And people with disability in today's world, thanks to Procam and TCS, making us part of this 10K, World 10K. So people with disability have broken barriers, have also been long runners, marathon runners, and participate in all the events, blade runners. So I really compliment the spirit. So they have to remove the first 3 letters of disability so that they can shine. Only ability shines. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
But kudos to all your efforts as well, sir. Everything that you've been doing for the champions with disability. In fact, sir, you've got a point to add about the dignity that we just had.
Yeah. So Dr. Mahantesh, I know him pretty well. You know, I had been to his academy also to see the amount of work he does. And there are such noble souls, and that's why, you know, these kind of people give us a lot of motivation to do something, give something back to the society. You know, what he does is he brings in all the visually impaired people on board. He trains them in the area of interest that they like, whether it is music, cricket, and sports, and all of that. So in fact, he personally oversees how blind cricket is played in India, and under his leadership, I think India has won Cricket World Cup a couple of times.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he's quite a popular person. Plus also, he does a lot of work for women upliftment from the areas where women are not treated all that great. So all those aspects are really warm. You know, it feels so nice, and such institutes you need to go and visit to actually see what they do. And he himself is visually impaired.
Right. Well, Mr. Deshpande, of course, we were speaking about, the inclusion of tech, but also this platform is so huge is because this is the largest platform in South Asia for philanthropy. And just talking about the causes and the initiatives that the TCS World 10K event has been able to be associated with since its inception. Since 2008, it has been associated with more than 250 fundraisers. It has been able to raise 55 crores. And along with that, since its inception, it has also supported numerous causes benefiting over 350 NGOs. But this year, 75 plus NGOs, 250 plus individual fundraisers, 35 plus corporates in just 3 months have collectively raised over 3.4 crores for social causes. And these are our top fundraising NGOs this year. And you see A Right to Live, you see the Go Sports Foundation, Youth for Seva, and of course the list continues. The fundraising will be on the 31st of May 2025. But just so good to see that there are so many initiatives that come together to build an event like this and take it much, much larger than just the sport that it is standing for. The top fundraising corporates that we talk about. You've got in ASM Technologies Limited. You see, of course, Actons there. And you also have GSK, and the list continues. So all these corporates came together for their responsibility towards the society as well as towards the sport. Now, before we started speaking about philanthropy, we were talking about technology, and I got really intrigued by this one point that Mr. Deshpande here was mentioning about the fact that you've been able to imitate and create a digital heart twin. Now, just for the sake of fun, I want to know which athlete do you personally want to imitate a digital heart twin of?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Let me give you a few options that we've had already on the show, who've been associated with the TCS World 10K event as our former event ambassadors. You've got a certain Carl Lewis there. You've got the Queen of Clay there. So you tell me, we've got Dalila Mohammed this year.
Carl Lewis has to be my personal favorite. He is there in terms of distance running, and he was a legend. He was an inspiration to many of us. But if I also have to pick up two of my idols in a different field, one has to be Sunil Chetri. He's a fabulous footballer, and he's a Bangalorean now. So it feels great. So I follow him a lot in terms of how disciplined he is, what he eats, what he does, all of that. And of course, I don't know, I don't like talking cricket in this, but Virat Kohli has to be my personal favorite. The amount of endurance that he has built in himself, over a period of time. And these are the people who have battled through the tougher times. He was not somebody who was born fit, who was not a born athlete. He mentions in so many areas that how he realized that he was not swift enough and how much he had to train himself. And the best part of these athletes, these 3-4 athletes that we spoke about, is they come out in open and they express themselves so well to motivate people. So like me, my 80,000 odd TCS Bangalore employees are so happy. In fact, I'm so grateful to my organization and to Procam that over last 3 to 4 years, every international event ambassador is coming to my office, to our office, every single year, 2 days before the race day. And they motivate so many people to take up running.
I'll be looking forward to some of those imitations of that digital heart twin. Well, very quickly, let me show you everything that has transpired this morning in the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. Of course, it's started off with the women, but here are the highlights from the men's race. Kyun, all yours.
Yeah, it started underway at 6:08 this morning, and the athlete checking his watch quite consistently in front was the pacemaker Dolphine from Uganda, and he was tasked to take the men through to the halfway mark in 13:45. It didn't really materialize as Gabriel Guiai, the tall athlete in the white vest on the left-hand side, started to take things into his own hands. But just like he did back in 2014, where he made his international debut at the TCS World 10-kilometer Bengaluru, it was Joshua Cheptegei who obliterated the field in the last kilometer to take that victory. We see him there on top of the podium with the Kenyans Vincent Langat picking up the third spot, and Emmanuel, the youngster from Eritrea, fresh off that 27:10, announcing himself on the world stage.
Joshua Cheptegei, what a story. Comes back to Bengaluru after a decade. In 2014, he stood second. He still had a podium finish, but here he becomes the absolute champion. And take a look at that timing.
27 minutes and 53 seconds was what it took for Joshua Cheptegei to cover the streets of Bengaluru this morning for 10 kilometers. A little bit outside the course record, but he did say before that he just wanted to leave Bengaluru with the win. Same on Emmanuel in second place, 27:55, with Vincent Langat rounding off that podium, just getting the better of Gabriel Guiai on the finish.
And these are the Indian men. Well, you had a certain Abhishek Pal who not only clinched the throne, the gold stands first, but also sets a new event record with a timing of 29 minutes. And he goes a notch higher by reducing it by 20 seconds. And of course, after that, you had Of course, the man from the Indian Army finishing a strong second. But Abhishek Pal has been quite the story of this tournament, making headlines here at the TCS World 10K event.
Yeah, the race was all about Abhishek Pal, who took that victory, 29 minutes and 14 seconds there for him to take the title ahead of Sawan Barwal, who I thought was really the man to beat. Spare thought though for Kiran Matra, who managed to hold on to a podium there in third, but unfortunately not able to defend his title. And not only was it not being able to defend his title, but a bit of a double blow in losing his event record today.
Yeah, that's because his event record was 29 minutes 32 seconds and Abhishek Pal does 20 seconds better. Well, here are our three Indian elite finalists who have a podium finish. On the first, you have Abhishek Pal. Then you've got on the second, you've got Sawan Barwal with a timing of 29 minutes 45 seconds. Abhishek Pal there is 29 minutes 12 seconds. And Kirat Matre finishes off with 30 minutes and a second. Well, let me tell you, $210,000 in prize money for the first, second, third. Of course, in the international elite men, remember the first prize is $26,000. But also, the way we've distributed the prize money is just the fact that top three finishes in an open 10K also have a certain prize that they get. And it has been an incredible start to the morning with these elite races. Then, of course, we had the open 10K, we had the champions with disability, the senior citizens, and then the Maja run. If I had to ask you everything that you witnessed this morning, how would you define it?
Like I said, a sea of humanity. Incredible childlike enthusiasm amongst all, age groups. Senior citizens was very, very heartening to see. They just danced their way through. It was so good to see. And we saw people with disability, not even an iota of frown on their face, They were so happy with what life gives them. This is a very, very unifying and a very leveling event, I would say. TCS is so proud that 5 out of 7 major races is sponsored by TCS. TCS World 10K Bangalore holds a very, very special space in our hearts.
Right. Well, with that, let's shift gears to the international elite women and the podium finishers. You're going to see a Sara there, of course, clinching the first position there. Take me through it, Kyun.
Yeah, it was a great race that we saw by Sarah this morning. The elite women starting at 5:30 this morning. And as we see the Honourable Governor, they're giving the prizes to the top three. But yeah, it was all about Sarah Chelangat this morning, who broke away at the 2 kilometer mark to take that victory in 31:07 ahead of Cynthia Chipengeno, who was the favourite on paper, coming in with that 30:08 PB. But there, as we round off that top six there, Sarah Chelangat 31:07, your victor today, ahead of Chipengeno, who just held off a very fast finishing Guteni Shanko from Ethiopia. Really brilliant running in the morning.
Right, and just such a dominant victory out there by Sara, 31 minutes 7 seconds, but just the kind of lead that she took right from the word go and maintained that lead on this course. Remember what Anil said, was a tougher course since last year. How incredible was that feat?
Yeah, it was really great. We could see that perhaps a little bit in the middle section of the race, she was perhaps wanting to get closer to the event record. A lot of glances at her watch, but a brilliant performance. It's a world-class elite field that was assembled here today. We had 8 women on the line who had personal best times that were faster than the actual event record. So for Sarah Chelangat to run the way that she did, breaking away at 2 kilometers and sustaining that lead to the finish, world-class performance.
Yes, but that event record by Irene Cheptai is still and yet to be broken. But very quickly, of course, also a word on the Indian elite women. You have a Sanjeevani Jadhav who came in, conquered yet again and has a podium finish. But Bharti Jain finishing a strong second. Well, we had our eyes set on Bharti Jain, whereas Sanjeevani Jadhav came in, went, swept us all, and there she finishes first yet again. Also, she is the event record holder, the defending champion, the current champion. Well, the woman's achieved a lot in the last 1 year.
definitely. You know, coming off a 32-22 10,000 meter this year, you know, she was really in good shape. She successfully defended her title, and she caught us off guard, you know, by really going out hard with the East African women in the beginning. And yeah, we see the top three here getting their prizes on the podium. And yeah, Sanjivani Jadhav successfully defending her title, just missing out on her event record last year. But I think she'll be elated that she came, she saw, and she conquered.
And here are the results. Sanjivani Jadhav finishing with 34 minutes 16 seconds. Bharti, then of course 35 minutes 36 seconds. And Poonam Sanune with 35 minutes 57 seconds. Remember, first prize is 3 lakh rupees, and that goes to Sanjivani Jadhav yet again. Well, to be doing it once itself is a big feat. She's done it twice. All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Deshpande. Thank you so much for joining us and everything that TCS has been doing for the sport. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. And you know, you spoke about women in this time also. I'm extremely happy to say that 30% of registrations that have come in out of 36,000 people, women racers are into it. So I would definitely want to see 50% of it next year. So we would do everything it takes to encourage more women take up fitness and long distance running into their way of life. On that note, thank you so much for having me here. And it was great interacting with you.
Thank you so much. Aim into that thought though. From 30% to 50%, we'll be looking forward to that.
Yes,
thanks
indeed.
a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But Kyun, just if we had to wrap everything that we witnessed at the TCS World 10K event Bengaluru, of course the race that we saw, the competition in the field, and the initiatives.
I think inclusivity. Everyone came together, everyone had fun. There was a lot of money up front for the elites, but it was all about coming together, telling those stories. We heard Anil earlier saying over 3,000 stories out here, and I think everyone came together in Bengaluru, the heart of running in India, and we all had fun.
And we did, and more importantly, of course, to be and become a fitter India. Thank you so much, Kiran. Thanks a lot, Mr. Deshpande. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and every running lover out there who's been watching us, but we've had a lovely time bringing the sport to you, and I hope that you've had an equally good time. And to everyone out there from the team here at the TCS World 10K event in Bengaluru, we'd just like to say thank you for watching.
शुरू हो रहा है अपराध का रहस्यमय सफर। चौंका देने वाली कहानियां, उलझा देने वाली पहेलियां।
बिना सर के फ्यूनरल कैसे करूं मैं?
26 नए केसेस, 26 नई मिस्ट्रीज, 26 नए एपिसोड्स।
शनिवार रविवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
This summer,